Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Fort Scott Sports Live. I'm Drake Miller, here joined with my buddy Michael in the booth, getting ready for the Greyhounds to take on the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils in the final home matchup of the season for this Greyhounds team, and for the women's team, more than likely the final home matchup of the season. Men's team are looking to host the first round of playoffs at least, so obviously hoping the best for them, and that will be here on Fort Scott Sports Live if that is the case, so stay tuned for that. But first up, the women's game as we enter the pregame show presented by Croccan. Croccan, your community technology partner. Don't get bit by low speeds and high prices. Get gigabit, fastest internet in Southeast Kansas. Go to ruralfiber.org or visit ckt.net for more information. Michael, this women's team, the story of the season has been the injuries and the limited roster size. Tonight, playing one of the bottom teams in the Kansas Jayhawk Community College Conference in the Kansas City, Kansas Community College Blue Devils. They played Highland last week, which is the team that was in last, and ended up falling short of them in that contest, coming down the wire in overtime. Now they've got the Blue Devils this week. What should we expect out of tonight's game?
Well, you got two teams that aren't doing too well in the conference, but one team's obviously got a lot more roster spots than the other. So you have to imagine Fort Scott obviously has their work cut out for them. They've had it cut out for them all season. You're hoping that they can just stay out of foul trouble, and if Mariah Moss can stay in the game all 38 or so minutes, we might have a ball game here. We just got to stay. Fort Scott just got to have that stamina to endure a full 4 quarters.
Recently, Mariah Moss has been coming off of the bench, which has been an interesting switch up that we've seen down there at the post position, with her coming off the bench and Rousseau playing in that starting position. Moss being the leading scorer in a couple of the last few games as well. Makes you think, are they keeping her off the court to keep her out of foul trouble, or is this part of the game plan for this Greyhounds team to check her in midway through the first and try to catch their opponents off guard?
Yeah, you have to imagine whatever the plan is, it's working right now. You know, she's coming off a double-double, and that overtime loss to Highland, 16 points, 12 rebounds. So, and those bench minutes that she's having, they're very, very productive for this Fort Scott team. And it's just a matter of fact, if that supporting cast around her as well can all stay out of foul trouble, and we can have a nice 7-man rotation that isn't having to do surprise subs because somebody gets their third or second foul early in the second quarter. Fort Scott, it's the hardest thing about this team this season is just finding that pace of play and able to keep all 7 players in the game all 48 minutes or so.
Well, we come down to the final few minutes. We'll get to see starters here in a minute. But one thing that I want to talk about is the defensive ability that this team has really stepped into on the zone side. Coming out this season in man defense, they were moving real quick, getting the substitutions in and out. They looked very efficient on the floor. And then, of course, having to switch to that 2-3 zone to try and conserve energy and keep themselves out of foul trouble. Really, the only ones getting into any kind of foul trouble have been those taller statures such as Rousseau, Moss, and Foltz that have to get a little bit more physical down there in the paint. Everybody else staying pretty clean for the most part, unless it just turns into a whistle-blowing game. But other than that, Been a very good performance defensively. Offensively has been the struggle this season, especially here as of late. A lot of these close matchups coming down to the wire, come down to these 1-2 possession games, and Fort Scott just unable to close them out. Looking for their second home victory on the season. They've only been able to get one so far this season, and now looking to grab their second.
No better way to end a season than a victory. 1-10 at home, and on a 4-game losing streak, Fort Scott's got no reason not to go out and win this last one, leave it all out there. Like you said, it's the last game of the regular season, and you've had a rocky one at that, so try to end on a high note, and they've got the home advantage. Why not do it tonight?
Certainly so. We can expect hopefully some good shooting from the outside from Fadina, as she's been pretty electric on this team offensively, trying to get some kick starting going. One of the things that we talked about with Coach Sturgis on the last game was the fact that maybe there's a little bit of distraction with the court warming and everything, with two of these ladies being a part of that court warming ceremony, that being Caitlin Foltz and Sophia Fadina. Foltz having a very big dud of a game last contest against Highland. That was, a bunch of opportunities from that mid-range position and just unable to get most of them to fall, which just was so disappointing, because we know that she's capable of putting up a lot of points in a high-stakes contest like that one against Highland, and just unable to get the job done on every occasion except for maybe one or two. So it was a couple of those possessions go the other direction, and all of a sudden, completely different game. No overtime, you get the win in regular time, and got to think about those things. But this is something that this team has been thinking about. I'm sure it's been on their mind all season. The fact that they've had opportunities to close out games, and they just haven't been able to get it done. And now, looking down the barrel of the end of this season, let's try to grab one more for our pride.
Yeah, and you have to imagine they're going to leave it all out there. Like you said, they haven't scored over 46 points in the last 3 games. There's no reason not to get that offense one last firework. Pula as well was one of those names we didn't call too much in that last home game, only having 2 points. So you just like to see all the components offensively give our defense much more slack with this small rotation.
Yeah, and I'll point out one small detail before we really kick into this game, which is the fact that this team tries very hard to draw the foul. And what I want to see tonight, what I'm looking for tonight, is hard takes to the rim. And I think Coach Sturgis was kind of talking about this as well, as just trying not to play the foul game and go to the line, and instead try to just get the bucket from the floor, fight through that physicality. If you get the foul call, you get the foul call. That's just a plus. But really focus on getting the basket at hand first, and then try to transition into that free throw line if you get the opportunity. Because a lot of times you see these girls get these takes to the rim, and then it's a little bit obstructed, so you see them, try to play the foul a little bit more, try to give a little bit of a sell job, and all of a sudden you're completely discombobulated on the floor trying to chuck up a Hail Mary shot, and it's just never going to fall.
Yeah, and if these gals can figure out that inside interior presence, that takes a lot of slack off Mariah Moss as well, so that'll open her up on the other side of the block. We can hope that they can do a better job at that.
Well, we will step aside for the national anthem. We'll be right back after this. And tonight's contest is underway. We will introduce the Kansas City, Kansas Blue Devils first. For the women's side, starting off with number 0, the 5'4" freshman point guard from Andancet, France, Meg Revol. Starting off, or then followed by number 2, the 5'6" freshman guard out of Jarvik, Iceland, Ellen. I'm gonna try this. Bjarnadottir.
Works for me.
And then following her will be number 3, the 5'6" sophomore guard out of Hagerstown, Maryland, Amaya Fulton. Number 20, the sophomore 5'8" guard forward out of Leavenworth, Kansas, Kylie West. And rounding out that squad, I couldn't quite grab the number, but I believe it is number 22, the freshman 5'9" guard, Maya Kahura. No, it's 23, sorry. The 5'10" freshman guard out of Wyla, Poland, Sandra Raka. And over to Fort Scott. Michael, why don't you introduce our starters on that end?
We got starting off, we got number 11, Sophia Fadinha, called behind her. That is Jasmine Rousseau. And then, of course, we got Ashley Pula. You see Mariah Moss's bench. So number 21, Haley Edmondson, and then number 14, Caitlin Foltz. That'll be your 5 for Fort Scott, and we've seen that throughout the month with the slower rotation. They've since sat Mariah Moss down, trying to compose her for the second half of the first quarter and try to get that offense more of a spark.
Out for the tip is West and Foltz. Foltz with a bit of a size advantage here on the opening tip, as we get set for action here in Arnold Arena. Tip goes in favor of Fort Scott. Down the floor with Fadina. Working on the perimeter. Pula looking for a drive. Now Rousseau looking to work it to the interior, off the glass, no good. Down the floor, here's Revol. Working it over to Fulton. Bjarnadottir, they kick out, find Fulton for a 3, can't get it. Raka kicks out, Fulton over to Revol, puts up a 2 at the buzzer. It does find the rim, but the rebound into Fort Scott possession.
Early on, Fort Scott struggling to come down with rebounds. Early on, you don't want to allow this team to get second chance efforts and beat you on like that.
Edmondson to Rousseau at the top of the key. Pula now steps inside and drains a 2. Opens up the scoring in this contest.
And that's the confident scoring you want to see from Pula after the struggles she faced versus Highland Community College. It's good to see her step into that 15-footer with pure confidence.
They get it down low to Raka, blocked by Foltz. The pickup from West and drops in for another 2. Talk about the extra opportunities there. We're seeing it profit for the Blue Devils already. Edmondson for the triple, can't find it. Rebound, Bjarnadottir. Inside to Raka. Back out to Fulton. Fulton looking to drive, kicks out. Bjarnadottir for the 3, pulls the trigger. Wow, that was a quick shot out of the hands of Bjarnadottir. She just nails it with a swish.
Yeah, Fadinha's going to have to close out harder on that one, and so is Edmondson. We got to close out those perimeter shooters a little quicker.
Foltz gets it to Edmondson. Hand off Pula to try and respond. Swirls out of the rim. Fultz gets the board. Edmondson trying to work it inside. Can't find a lane. Pula now with the drive. Kicks out. Rousseau up top. Looking for Fultz, and it's out of bounds.
And Fort Scott just not finding really any attacking window to get down underneath the basket and trying to find an easy bucket at the rim.
Revol trying to work herself on the perimeter. Bjarnadottir over to Fulton, and no dice on that try. Picked up by Fultz. Now down the floor to Pula, almost taken away by Revol. Pula drives, lays it off the glass and in for two.
And just a great play by Pula, able to get that ball before the defender could intercept it and just attacking that weakness.
Over to Fulton, Bjarnadottir up top. Fulton working to the interior, pass off to West, and now this one will go backcourt, as it'll be an over and back violation here for the Blue Devils.
You see Pula come off in that first wave of substitutions. Fadenia going to pick up that point guard role. You're curious to see how they're going to run this offensive set with two more statured figures down there for Fort Scott.
So Pula, the only scorer right now, coming off onto the bench. Fadina works it to Moss. Moss now putting up points from the interior. Takes the Fort Scott lead right back, 6-5. Revol kicks it over. Bjarnadottir for the three. Can't get it to go. Rebound is into the hands of Raka, who drops in the two and takes the lead right back for the Kansas City, Kansas Blue Devils.
And Fort Scott yet again allowing another second chance effort, just failing to block out early on in this game.
They work it to Moss. Moss, couple steps out from the post. Hits a nasty spin move and works inside for the two. Already getting a couple of numbers here early in this contest.
Looking very confident down there early on, and for good reason. There's not really a defender proving to be able to guard her so far.
A big size advantage there, as Raka the only one really comparable to Moss, and just unable to really get the body in front and lay down a good block. Here's a three from Revol, rebounded by Fultz, who interestingly enough is playing kind of to that exterior perimeter right now on both offense and defense.
Yeah, the sub of Moss, she has to pick up a new role that allows her Moss to open up and dominate down low.
Kick out Edmondson for the three, and she lights it up. 11-7. And the pass down low from Bjarnadottir goes out of bounds. Past the hands of West. Timeout on the floor for media as we will take a break. We'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Crochan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going
to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back just inside of 5 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Rousseau taking the points as Pula checked in for Fultz. Fedina trying to work her way around the screen, loses the ball, working to the inside. Now a foul called as she was trying to pickpocket Raka on the way back down the floor. First foul of the game. Sophia Fedina gets it 5:50 into this ball game. Pretty impressive. We'll work it over to Fulton. Bjarnadottir back to Fulton, who's trying to work her way inside and pulls up. Long range 2 is good.
Fulton, a very confident shooter. We've seen her shoot some very confident shots right out of the hand. Fort Scott need to contain her a little better.
Pascal trying to work the underneath. And that one grappled by a couple players from both the Blue Devils and the Greyhounds. Unable to come up clean with it, and it'll be a jump ball back to the Blue Devils.
You saw the last couple of possessions, Fort Scott struggling to penetrate the defense. They don't have very many numbers on the side they're penetrating. That's allowing this team to trap them inside the paint and steal the ball or get a jump ball.
This one, West kicks it over to Raka, and she gets the 2 to go. Ties this one up at 11 apiece.
A great pass from West there, and the defense under the basket just collapsed because of it.
Pula catches the screen, steps inside from the same spot, and gets it to fall again. 2 for 2 from right outside of the foul stripe. Looking at about 17 feet from there.
That pick and roll action with Moss and Pula is creating a lot of open opportunities.
Raka catches a foul there from Moss. 2:41 in this first quarter. 2 team fouls for the Greyhounds. Only 1 personal for both Fedina and Moss. Substitution that looks to check in here for the Blue Devils, the first one of the game. Or no, the second, as I must have missed one. Yes, I did miss one. Kiara Bakker from Leiderdorp, Netherlands, checked in earlier. Now checking in is the new face, Presley Simpson, out of Atchison, Kansas. Rousseau to Edmondson. 1-point lead right now as Edmondson catches it from the perimeter and gets it to go for 3.
And the Blue Devils is having a hard time at closing out on Edmondson on the opposite side of the offensive play. When she gets that skip pass, it's game. Edmondson's feeling her shot right now.
Here's a 3 from Fulton. That one hard off the back iron. Will not go. Finding the floor was Presley Simpson, the new face for the Blue Devils. She hit the deck on the defensive side and was a little bit slow to get back, or on the offensive side, I should say, and was slow to get back on the defensive. Now a rebound from her as they transition to offense here for the Blue Devils, 16-12. Bakker over to Bjarnadottir, trying for the 3 again. Pula grabs the board. And now just outside of a minute to remain. And Pascal steps out of bounds on the look inside.
And Fort Scott just having an unfortunate series of events right there. They were pushing the pace. They had the numbers. Coach started screaming at them to push it, and Pascal just got a foot in the end line, and that just kills the momentum you're trying to swing your way.
Fulton on the opposite side, works it close to Revol. Now the kick back to Revol from West as foul called. Will go against Ashley Poulaw.
And what you're seeing right now, Fultz is the tallest player out there for Fort Scott, but she's not playing down low. She's playing up high in that 2-3. Maybe an answer for as a way to close out in these three-point shooters a little better.
Revol, her pass taken away by Fultz. Poulaw now down the floor. As she tries to work it to the inside, kicks back out. Fultz finds Edmondson. Pascal in the corner. 30 seconds on the game clock, 15 on shot clock. Fultz, 10. As Pascal looks to drive, loses the ball. Picked up by West, and now the transition to Fulton as she gets the two. You'd like an answer here out of Fort Scott. 10 seconds left. Poulaw.
Referee, a little miscommunication with Coach Sturgis. Thought he heard timeout. Sturgis did not say timeout, trying to call out the play.
Poulaw gets it on the inbound. Drives inside, lays off the glass, no dice. Doesn't quite get it over the rim there to finish the period. And that will be the end of the first. 14-16 is the score. We'll take a break. We'll be right back for the second quarter.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience.
And we're back. Fedina checks in place of Pascal. As kick out to Edmondson for three. Can't get it to go. Rebound West in an empty paint. Fulton will take it down the floor. West kicks out to Revol. Revol looking to drive. Her pass intercepted by Edmondson. Now to Fedina. Edmondson over to Rousseau. Finds Poulaw on the near side. Works her way around a screen. Looking for an open lane. 12 seconds. Fultz works it to Rousseau. Drives through the paint and lays it in for two.
A great 30-second possession by Fort Scott there. Concluded by a great back cut by Rousseau right in the middle of the paint to get a wide open layup.
And a strong take by Rousseau too. Easy to kind of give into that contact there in the paint, and she did not. Went all the way to the rim, got the drop-in bucket. Poulaw works it to Fultz, short range two, and she connects. Everybody getting a share right now for the Greyhounds. I think Fadina, the only one that hasn't scored on the floor right now. Fulton banks it in for two right off the glass. That is a textbook shot.
Tim Duncan would appreciate that one.
And off the mark on that pass from Rousseau. Little miscue from her and Edmondson. So they were trying to find each other and unable to connect on that pass. Out of bounds, goes back to the Blue Devils.
Coach Sturgis telling them that's okay. You tell they had the right idea in mind. Just miscommunication is all it was. You'd like to see him sharpen up on that throughout this game, though.
Fulton pulls up from the elbow, short on that look. Fultz gets the rebound, and now down the floor for Pua. So they work it around with Edmondson to Moss. Moss gives it off to Fadina. Back around, Pua for the triple. Can't get it to go. It is reeled in by Mariah Moss. Kicks out Fadina for the three. It dances around on the rim and just does not fall through. Man, I haven't seen that one that close, I don't think, ever. What a tease. Kick out, Bjarnadottir for the three. She connects.
Some sort of warning distributed.
Yeah, they called the delay a game warning on the Blue Devils, which usually, and what I just saw the signal there was a player, which I didn't catch, but that batted the ball away out of bounds. So when that happens, it's a purposeful, if it looks intentional to the officials that they're trying to extend the amount of time that players spend out of bounds or trying to work it inbounds, it's called a delay of game. So you see that a lot after dunks, players tapping it out of bounds and the ball trickling away and everything like that. So just got to be careful of that, as that will actually convert into a foul or a technical, depending on what the officials think if it happens again. This one taken away by Fultz. Fadina down the floor, works it to Pascal, who pushes her way through the paint and draws a foul in the process.
And great job by Pascal to just take the initiative there and drive into the defender who was not set under the basket on a free trip to the line.
Yeah, and that's one of those positions as a defender where it's kind of a lose-lose. You feel like even if you play good defense on a ball, the foul's probably coming your way, so you kind of have to choose. Do I give up the bucket, or do I take a chance at the stripe and give up a foul?
And this early in the game, with the lack of team fouls that the Blue Devils have committed, you make her earn them.
Certainly do. Pascal connects on one of the two. So if you think about that, cost you a foul, saved you a point. Could come in handy later on. And now we've got a foul called on Fadina.
She'll be the first one with 2 fouls in this ball game. And your Fort Scott, this early on, that's not when you want to see your second foul come around, especially in such a strong defender and ball handler offensively.
Yeah, just strong player all around the floor. Sophia Fadina being able to shoot from the perimeter, one of few players to really be borderline lights out from that range, as we see one hit from Raka. And she takes the lead back for the Blue Devils.
You see the immediate impact of Fadina stepping out. That's her position on defense, and right then and there, there's a wide open three-point shot.
Edmondson trying to answer, and she does. Talk about few players being lights out from the perimeter. Edmondson, one of them, trying to take up that mantle once again. Bjarnadottir works it over to Backer, and then now Fulton looking to drive. Step back long two. Hard off the back iron, won't go, but it's tipped into the hands of West on the rebound. Here's a three. Bacher spins out. And now a foul called, this time against Racca.
And I'm just not too sure how that one didn't go in, but it's in the favor of Fort Scott, so no complaints over here.
Yeah, a couple of them now that we've seen on both ends, just real close three balls that just could not quite inch their way through the rim. Pascal gives off Foltz. Her pass taken away by West. Now working it to Bacher. Fulton now steps up, delivers to West. Bounce pass across is stolen by Moss. And now Bjarnadottir gets the save. Tries to put up a two, and I believe that one was tipped.
A wild sequence of events, but Fort Scott comes away unscathed.
Edmondson for three. She's got 3 of them tonight. Carrying 9 points right now, the leading scorer. They work it down low. West gets the drop in double. Cuts the lead down to 3 here for the Blue Devils. Edmondson reels it in. Bjarnadottir trying to bat that ball away. Moss's shot off the mark. 10 seconds on the shot clock as that does not reset. Now Pula trying to step through, gets the and one.
And a great job by Pula. A broken offensive possession right there. The play just didn't come to fruition, but Pula just making up for it, and great footwork to go through contact and get an and one opportunity.
We'll take a break as the media timeout comes here for quarter 2. We'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important.
3:33 remaining here in quarter number 2. Pua after the and one. Trying to convert on the three-point play, and she does.
Fort Scott, if they can make the most out of their free throw opportunities, I have a good feeling this every point they can get will come down the stretch.
Bjarnadottir works it up top to Revol. Bjarnadottir on the far side wing. Connects for the triple. That was something, I was watching this bench down here on the last possession. She had a chance from 3. Didn't take it. They ended up working it down low for a 2. So they were pretty satisfied with the outcome. But you could see the disappointment on their faces when she didn't take that 3-point shot. They want to see her shoot. Backdoor pass, Pua, her shot blocked by West. Now down the floor for Fulton. So work it over to Revol. Now here's Simpson. Inside West, back out. Fulton. Revol. Fulton, cross court to Bjarnadottir. Her pass inside to Simpson and finds Revol on the cuts. Gets the 2 to go.
And just a great backdoor cut and a terrible defensive breakdown for Fort Scott in that 2-3 zone. That's the one cut that should not be beating you.
And once again, I saw Bjarnadottir over there pretty much alone on a wing. They were calling her name here from this bench for the Blue Devils. They really do want to see her shoot. That seems to be kind of their star sharpshooter on the team. She pulled the trigger quickly early on in this game and connected, and now has a 3 for each quarter as we sit right now.
And her defensive impact, she's in the grill of Edmondson right now, Fort Scott's primary shooter. So she's making just as much of a defensive impact as she is offensively.
Foltz kicks out, Pula for the 3, got it. Back up to a 4-point lead, and just when you thought Blue Devils were inching their way back into this game, Fort Scott steps on the gas again. West kicks out Fulton, Bjarnadottir for 3, and she finds it again. That's their shot there, Michael. They want to see her shoot from everywhere around the arc.
And what's so tricky about Fort Scott, you got such a small bench. That 2-3 zone is really your only option defensively, but that 2-3 zone really encourages shooters to shoot.
And now we've got Edmondson headed to the line as she had the backdoor cut. Had about half a step on her defender, Bjarnadottir, and then caught Simpson underneath. No, that was West, sorry. West underneath was trying to stand there, but I believe she was in that half circle, which means she's unable to draw that charge.
Yeah, and you're seeing defensively, Bjarnadottir just in the grill of Edmondson, like I stated earlier, that Edmondson using that back cut very well to open up herself and get herself opportunities even while she's being face guarded.
Well, I think for Bjarnadottir, she's got that confidence. She knows that she's capable of shooting. She wants to keep getting in the head of her defender, which right now Edmondson looks like she's playing man defense. Looks like they will actually switch to maybe a slightly assisted man defense here, so playing a little bit off and trying to help out, but now we've got whistle blown. This goes against West. West called for a second foul here, which forces the turnover. 34-32, 2-point game here. It's West kind of in disbelief as to what may have happened there on that possession. Rousseau goes up. Ooh, almost off the wire. I think if it didn't hit the wire, it would have had a good chance of going in.
And I want to go back to that last defensive possession. Coach Sturgis recognized only a minute left in this half, and you really haven't seen much fatigue coming out of these Greyhounds, which has been a good change of pace. So she's recognizing that and saying, let's surprise them, come out in this man coverage, and try to close out these shooters a little better.
Yeah, it's a little different when both teams are just coming down, shooting from outside. It really makes the game feel really fast, but also you're not moving a lot. You're kind of just moving from baseline to baseline, just trotting your way down the floor each time. So it makes the game work a little bit differently. Your guards aren't trying to drive in, move around on motion offense, as well as the Blue Devils. They're not playing super aggressive defensively either. Man defense isn't, the man defense isn't press up on the perimeter, so not having to work as hard to get around the defenders. It's a completely different game than some of the opponents that we've seen previously in this season for the Greyhounds. Bjarnadottir pulls a trigger from range. Wow.
Off the glass from the corner. I haven't seen that one in a long while.
Yeah, I'd have thought that one was sailing over the backboard, and then somehow so we've got another foul here. Fulton getting called for it, which will send Pula to the line. That is a punishing foul. Pulaw connects on the first. With 8 seconds left, I would say I could probably guess what the game plan here is for Kansas City, Kansas. Get the ball down and get it into two's hands, right? And I say that, but Fulton gonna draw a foul underneath with a second remaining.
Pulaw in disbelief with that foul call, but Coach Search is telling her, you just gotta find a way to not make contact when Fulton's doing a great job of enforcing it. Just a great job by Fulton, just enforcing her will on Pulaw, a very pivotal player for Fort Scott. That's gonna be her second foul.
Fulton connects on the first. And an attempt to tie this game up here. Can drop in another free throw. More than likely going to half-tie ball game, and that is what it will be. Pending a chuck up here, and Pulaw won't even try. Pretty surprising, actually. Would have thought, you know, might as well. It doesn't take a lot, but interesting decision. Leads to the locker room, 37 all for this ball game, as we will be right back on Fort Scott Sports Live after this.
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live, a tie game at half after Bjarnadottir went on a tear there in the second quarter. Michael, this Fort Scott team able to kind of keep themselves out in front for the most part, but right now giving up a little bit too much space on the perimeter, and then of course that foul to really put the free throws down and allow this team to step back in here in Arnold Arena.
Yeah, what you're seeing is Fort Scott is not getting as much fatigue built up on them because of the style of play that the Blue Devils are playing, and that's just a perimeter-centric offense where they're just swinging it around, one or two penetrations, but they're just trying to find an outside shot, and that's not too heavy on the legs of Fort Scott or the lungs, but it's not helping them either because Bjarnadottir is a phenomenal outside shooter, and they just haven't found an answer. But what this will allow Fort Scott to do is stay in this game for a longer time, and hopefully they can muster their way through another half and come away with one.
Yeah, this young lady hitting 5 threes for this Kansas City, Kansas team. And if we look at just the second period, let's go ahead and scroll down. Bjarnadottir three-pointer. That was the last score from the floor, and that was following a three-pointer from her. A layup to separate another 2 three-pointers. So there in that second quarter, she had only made 1 in the first quarter, and then she goes 2 in a row, a Revol layup, and then 2 more in a row on equal possessions as well. Not a single possession of gap separation either. So this Fort Scott team, who had a little bit of a lead going into that second quarter and managed to build that up to about 5 or 6 points there in the second, unable to hang on to it with the pace that this Blue Devils team is taking up at, which right now, you know, you do have to think a little bit. For the Blue Devils, do you want to try to work it inside and start to wear down on the stamina of this Fort Scott team at all? Do you want to try to, you know, wear them down at all, or do you want to just keep trying to light it up from the perimeter? And for me, if I was looking at it from the coach's perspective, I would say keep lighting up the three-point shot. As soon as it starts to go quiet, that's whenever I try to wear them down. But fact of the matter is, as soon as that goes quiet, if you're not available to, or if there's not enough time to really start to punch in and wear down this team for a significant gain, may not be worth it at that time. So you're kind of in a bit of a debacle here. For Fort Scott, though, one thing that I would say, keep Fadina out of foul trouble. You need somebody to guard up face-to-face with Bjarnadottir, and especially if you're going to run a man defense, you want her playing right up in front of the face of the Iceland native.
Yeah, I agree. Fadina, her second foul came early in that second quarter, and you knew it right away. that's not what you wanted to see, because the engine that she brings defensively, that mentality is kind of unparalleled to anyone else on Fort Scott. And when you're facing a very prominent perimeter shooter with a very quick draw release, Fadina's the person you want out there. So coming back out of the second half, you have to imagine those shots are not going to come by easy for the Blue Devils, because it's a brand new quarter. You got a few more fouls to give before you're out. She's going to be a lot more disciplined, because the 2 fouls she committed were both very forgettable, to say the least.
Yeah.
You know, just ones that you didn't have to commit. I imagine she's mentally straight again, and the Blue Devils are going to have to work cut out for them.
Well, not only that, but I think forgettable in a sense that, you know, those were fouls that probably could have gone without the whistle. I mean, just being truthful here, but obviously she did get called for them. And for her, I think just being able to rub those off her shoulders and say, you know, hey, I was playing the game in the style that I play. Those aren't probably going to come all the time throughout this game. I just got to keep playing the way I can and keep myself on the floor as much as I can as well. Maybe playing a step or so off, or half a step off of what she usually does, just to try and prevent that situation. But when it comes to Bjarnadottir, it's a tough situation. You know, you feel like you got to play face-to-face with her, nose-to-nose, and just keep everything right there just to try and keep her from shooting, because we saw a couple of those three-pointers heavily contested and still coming in off the backboard and in, or just swishing in from the wing. That wing seems to be her favorite, though, so if you can identify that as Fadina, I think you'll have a little bit of an easier time.
But you see out of the jump, out of the inbound, she is not on Bjarnadottir.
Yeah, guarding Fulton. It'll be Edmondson on Bjarnadottir, so sticking with that man defense, though, as West kicks out to Revel. West at the point. Kick out to Fulton. Fulton catches a screen, takes a 2, and off the glass and in.
And yes, we were giving Bjarnadottir all the limelight in at halftime, but Fulton kind of been the unsung hero from the inside of the arc for the Blue Devils. She's made a lot of bank shots that just kind of fallen in for the Blue Devils. Fort Scott haven't found an answer for that either.
And an interception there from West takes it away here. Just about a minute gone here in the third, and now the Blue Devils looking to take a 2-possession lead if they can get something to go here on this possession. They work it inside. West drops in the 2, and this man defense, I don't know if it's quite the play here, Michael. I'm not going to lie. We've seen this kind of crumble over the past few possessions, and I think it's because these ladies just aren't quite conditioned to that man defense anymore, having to play the zone so much.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more just simple screens and cutting, breaking down this defense. You have to hope that they can find more discipline and be able to fight through these screens.
Got a foul here as Rousseau set a screen and Fulton collided with her, which will be a foul on Fulton, and now a travel on Fultz, which will turn the ball right back over. That is costly for the Greyhounds.
A really mental mistake there by Fort Scott that you did not need when you haven't found a bucket in this second half, and the Blue Devils have scored in the first 2 drives.
Now we see Fort Scott shift into the zone defense, and it's already breaking down. Bjarnadottir with an open 3. Fadina was able to get over and maybe lightly contest it, and now Rousseau is going to have to foul to keep herself out of any massive trouble there in the paint. Turned the ball over after the rebound.
And just getting double teamed right away. Had no outlet. Nobody came down to help until it was too late. Rousseau making a very good foul once she turned it over and not allowing the quick layup in quick succession.
But a turnover nonetheless, which will leave the Blue Devils with possession. They hand it off. Bjarnadottir takes to the glass, and her first 2 comes in the third quarter.
And that was over the defender, Fultz, too. Fort Scott really just don't look good coming out of this second half.
Yeah, and the Greyhounds just a little bit flat-footed here in the third. So they will call a timeout. It is only a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here for the time being. But like I said, just a little flat-footed here in the third quarter. And this is something, you know, I've been calling a little bit of high school basketball this season as well. And something that I have noticed is that third quarter is the shift point. That's been really the deciding factor in a lot of games that I've seen, because you see teams that are up by 10 let teams into one-possession games by the end of the third, or up or down by 10, and they come back all the way and take a lead going into the fourth, or just these really close games. Separation is caused. That third quarter is the judge, jury, and executioner of most of those contests, and tonight looking to be about the same if the Greyhounds don't step up their game and start to get things going once again.
Yeah, what Fort Scott can't do is plateau like they did in those first 2 minutes. Those halftime adjustments you just haven't seen come out of them at all. They haven't really shown anything offensively or defensively. We haven't seen much offensively, as we saw a turnover on an inbound pass. Fort Scott just got to get in the right mental space and quit making little bad mistakes.
A 6-point lead formulated completely off of 2-pointers, which was not quite the formula there towards the end of the first half for the Blue Devils, but now adjusting properly.
And a shot clock fixture.
So now Fedina, Foltz dribbling over to Pula, delivers to Rousseau. Edmondson guarded closely by Bjarnadottir as Fedina gets the call on the far side wing. Works it to Foltz, her pass tipped away. Edmondson was trying to pick it up. Pula does gather it. That ball was on the floor for just a little too long for both of these teams. As Rousseau gives it over to Fedina, catches a screen, and now a loose ball into the hands of Rocca. Fulton now trying to punch into the paint, puts up a 2 and won't go, as Fulton will be teed up. And Fulton did have to fight through a little bit of physicality, but it's been a pretty lightly called game. That's something you can't really do in a game like this, is break down, look at the ref in the eye, and ask where the foul is. Especially already we had that delay of game warning earlier on, which kind of reveals the fact that this is a pretty tightly called game when it comes to sportsmanship, at least, but maybe not as much on the physicality. Gotta recognize what kind of game you're playing, but Pula does not take advantage. 0 for 2 on that trip, and this team remains silent here in the third.
And that's brutal right there for Fort Scott. That's the first chance of points really at all in the second half. Coming away at the free throw line. I mean, you don't come away with any buckets.
It's stripped away. Revol working it down the floor. This entire Blue Devils bench wanted to carry on Pula. And now we've got foul called on Pula as Revol wanted to drive in.
And while we said they didn't seem to be as fatigued as they have been in recent games, they were just coming off on the wrong foot in the start of the second half, and it's showing in full effect right now.
Fulton will take it up to the point. Try to get inside. Revol over to Racca. Back out Fulton. Takes a long jumper for 2, can't get it to connect. Edmondson down the floor with Pula. Cross court to Edmondson. As Foltz gets it at the point, back over to Edmondson on the close wing. Rousseau over to Pascal. Pula pulls up for a long two, short on that look, and it's rebounded by Fulton.
You're just not seeing any penetration offensively from this Fort Scott Greyhound team.
And Revol takes to the bucket, adds on to the already 6-point lead, bumps it up to 8. Trying to punch into the double digits here as Edmondson gets it, but can't connect on the baseline drive. Man.
And Fort Scott creating some opportunities, but even then, with those opportunities created, they are not executing.
Fulton gets the call from the point. Trying to work it inside, kicks out. Here's West, working the post against Pascal, gets her to jump, but can't connect on the 2-ball try. This one out of bounds on Bjarnadottir.
You see Mariah Moss coming in, hoping to pick up on the lot of slack that Fort Scott left in these first 5 minutes of this third quarter offensively. No interior presence. Mariah Moss should be an immediate game changer down there.
100%, and surprised to see her come in so late. I did see her notice her wearing a back brace during the warm-ups at halftime, so maybe something going with that lower back, upper hip for her, so keeping an eye on that. Might be why she's so limited on the floor, but Pascal can't get her try to go. That's two really good looks out of Fort Scott that just have not been able to connect. Now once again, a chance to extend to a double-digit lead for the Blue Devils. As Bacher gives off to Fulton. Fulton trying to drive against Fedina, and foul called as Mariah Moss went to block that one, and immediate timeout here with 4:16 to go. Free throws coming up for Maya Fulton. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
And we're back. Fulton with 2 free throws coming up here. Drops in the first.
And Fulton's been a player who has taken full advantage for opportunities, especially at the free throw line, knocking them all down with ease, it looks like.
And connects on that try as well. Up to a 10-point lead now for the Blue Devils. Still nothing from the Greyhounds, as they've had 2 chances from the free throw line, as well as a multitude of opportunities underneath. They give it off to Pascal. Pascal now in the paint, and we've got a jump ball called. This one will go back to the no. We'll stay with the Greyhounds. Inbound as Pascal's the only one really moving there on the offensive drill. And now Moss called for a travel.
Just didn't get a good pass, caught it underneath, wasn't able to get the feet set to put the ball on the ground. And that's just been the story for Fort Scott in this third quarter.
Work it over to Revol, and now up top to Fulton. Fulton trying to drive inside, gives off to Bacher. Revol trying to work the perimeter, takes the three ball, does not grab the rim, so that will go out of bounds. And had it not, would have more than likely been a shot clock violation regardless. So.
Yeah, a great defensive possession by Fort Scott there. That's one of the first times the Blue Devils have looked uncomfortable offensively in this second half. Now, can you build off of that and try to get a run going of your own?
Work it over to the hands of Pascal, and it's dropped. Goes out of bounds. Another turnover on Fort Scott on an opportunity to try and take some points back. Man, defensively, once again, this team stepping up, limiting the Blue Devils here in the third, as it's only a 10-point lead as it stands, but still unable to get anything going here offensively. Even 2 buckets from the floor would have been nice. Drop it down to a 6-point lead. As we've got a foul called, and once again, this will go against the Blue Devils. Yarndaughter checks in for Bacher. As Moss gets it over to Fadina. Pulaw back to Fadina here on the perimeter. The pass inside taken away by West.
And the Blue Devils doing a great job making that pass look open and converging on it on the last possible second, forcing another turnover defensively.
Revol looking to drive, kicks out, 3-ball from Rocca. Won't go, rebounded by Pulaw. Now Fadina down the floor. Moss called for a travel underneath.
Moss
and another turnover.
Just in a hurry to get to her spot, but a little too giddy as she couldn't keep the balance under her, and another crucial turnover. Fort Scott still scoreless in this third quarter, 8 minutes into action.
Just a lot of punishing turnovers here. And oh, that one rattles off the rim. Very close call there for the Blue Devils, as they've had some chances to really punish the Greyhounds here in this contest. And now that shot blocked by Fulton. She came in from behind on Moss. West, her try, no dice. Down the floor. Pulaw with 1:15, trying to break the seal. And trying to see what the call here is. Got a timeout called by the Greyhounds, so we will step aside for just a moment. We'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott.
So a little bit of a conversation there between Fulton, her coach, and the official. Fulton's already been teed up once, so she's got to keep it under control here, as the official did have a conversation with her coach after the fact, I believe telling her coach that, hey, you better look out. She's been teed up once. If something happens again that's unsportsmanlike, she may be done here in this ball game, and that would be a crucial loss for this Blue Devils team.
And the Blue Devils we've seen, they've had a couple times to capitalize on wide open opportunities, and they haven't done so. Trying to leave that door open for Fort Scott to make some sort of effort to get back into this ball game.
Down the floor for Pulaw. 38 seconds. She tries to work it inside, gives off to Edmondson. Fedina pulls the trigger from the corner and splashes it in for three. Would have liked it a little bit earlier, but better late than never for Sophia Fedina. Cuts into that lead. And like we said, the defense stepping up here in the third, limiting this Blue Devils team to only 10 points, making it hurt just a little bit less. Now we've got a foul on Foltz.
Coach Sturgis telling Foltz, you gotta slide with the defender. You're just getting there running beside her hip with your arms interlinked with hers. You're gonna get that foul called every time. You gotta be more disciplined defensively.
Yeah, that's why you see a lot of times in practices, these basketball players working on that slide. That was something that I was taught as an athlete as well, is yes, it is probably faster to turn your hips and kind of run with a defender or run to a ball, but sliding is the way that you keep and cover most of the court. Another foul called, and now Pulaw will draw the fourth team foul, very close to putting herself into bonus. But here comes the inbound. That was the second on Revol. Fedina gets the ball, chucks up a three! Wow!
Sophia Fedina coming out better later than ever, like you said. It's a 6-point ball game going into the fourth quarter. That's not what you thought you would have saw if you're a Greyhound fan for most of that third quarter.
Yeah, but 6 points in that third quarter, all 6 of which coming from Fedina from outside the arc. So a very impressive performance out of her in the third. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division.
And we're back. Blue Devils start with the rock here in the fourth. 10 minutes remain in this ball game. So I would say if the Greyhounds can put up a defensive performance like they did in the third, they shouldn't have much trouble working their way back into this ball game.
But Fulton just finding her spot each and every quarter and just knocking them down from the mid-range, and it's killing the Greyhounds.
Punishment right now for Fort Scott has been the offensive. Unable to get much going as Pula takes a shot from outside. This one off the hands of Rousseau and into the hands of Bjarnadottir. And now they will delay here as the Blue Devils Revolt finds an open lane and takes to the hoop. And now all the work Fedina did there in the third vanished here at the top of the fourth. Rousseau gives off to Foltz. Now here's Pula, loses it into the hands of Edmondson, who tries to keep it alive, ends up just turning it over, and Bjarnadottir gets the easy two.
And Fort Scott just using an offensive system where they're giving it to their high post at the top of the key and trying to find back cutters, but the person guarding the high post is sinking down in that paint and eliminating any back cuts. And that's why you're seeing so many turnovers on the entry pass down low.
And another turnover. Man, this Greyhounds team on the struggle bus, trying to get the offense moving. And now a great defensive play from Pascal, who not only gets the rebound after forcing a contested shot, but draws a foul at the end of the equation. That'll be the third against Rocca.
And a great defensive play by Pascal to get the rebound and stay strong with it, not getting fouled right away. Getting fouled right away and now losing it. Hopefully they can build off of that offensively and get some points back.
Pula looking to drive, takes to the paint, kicks out. Fedina sidesteps and pops up a three, can't get it to fall. Now down the floor for Fulton. As Fulton works it over, Bjarnadottir for the triple. Can't connect. Her fourth miss of the night from three. She's taken 9 attempts so far, connecting on 5, so still well over that 50% threshold from outside the arc. As Pascal will get the first points here in the fourth, brings it back to a 10-point game.
Pascal finally able to use that length advantage that she has against the Blue Devils and get down low and just simply have the hook shot.
Fulton drives to the paint, gets it to go for 2. Back up by 12. Rousseau swings it over. Fedina pops up a 3. Can't find it. Now down the floor for Fulton. Revolt looking to drive. West now will take it out. Work it over to Fulton. Fulton's pass over to Racca as she tries to work the post. A great find, but Racca unable to really capitalize. And a strip ball there ends up in the hands of Rousseau. To come up empty-handed on that possession feels like a crime for the Blue Devils. And now Pula to try and answer. Can't get it, and she will be fouled on the attempted rebound.
And Drake, there's still 6 minutes left in this ball game, but it kind of feels like desperation basketball already from this Fort Scott Greyhound team. You haven't seen really any strong offensive answers at all in the second half, so you're starting to see these three-point heaves come up out of just 1 or 2 passes don't go your way. You're like, all right, let's just take a shot behind the arc and try to cut into this lead somehow.
Fulton now at 4 fouls, has to check out a little bit early in this ball game. Try and keep her out of foul trouble until that 3-minute or so mark in case things really start to get out of hand. Fultz gets the bucket for 2. Like you said, Michael, feels a little bit like desperation mode, like everything has to go right here for this Greyhounds team to try and pull this win off. Yarnadottir loses it into the hands of Fultz and then loses her footing as well, as she will get called for a foul.
Rough fall to the ground, but she got right back up. Looked like for a second there that was going to take a moment to get back up from, but she came back up with some fire. Motivated to make a stop right here against Fadina.
A little frustrated there at the loss of footing, so maybe something to be said there. And now West will get called for a foul as she left her feet, or left the ground. And that has been the cause of a lot of these fouls here for both of these teams, is not keeping your feet on the floor defensively. As soon as you leave, you lose control of your body, and that is a telltale sign here for these officials to call the foul. Pula tries to drive, and we'll get 2 free throws.
The Blue Devils begging for an answer how that was a foul, but Pula doing a great job of just simply ripping past the face of the defender from behind the arc to get down to the lane. A nice little Euro step to create that contact and go to the line for 2.
Pula does connect on her first this time. She came up empty-handed on the technical free throws earlier, which not a way to swing the momentum in your favor if that's what you were looking to do on the tee-up. Yarnadottir collects her 3rd foul. And now Pula goes 2 for 2, cutting it back into the single digits, an 8-point lead. Now looking a little bit more manageable here for the Greyhounds. Couple stops and a couple buckets puts you right back in this game. And now another foul against the Blue Devils. This goes against Revol. And now a media timeout. Before we take this break here, Michael, this Blue Devils team was at risk of getting another delay of game right there. I wanted to point this out, as Revol actually had a conversation with the official on the far side, because it was Bacher, Kiara Bacher, number 1 for the Blue Devils, that set the ball down on the opposite side after the foul was called and did not give the ball off to the ref.
Yeah, you're seeing a mental challenge here for the Blue Devils. They're planning to play in the game. They're playing against the officials. The officials are giving them some, not going to say unfavorable calls, but the calls that Blue Devils don't like, and they're not responding in a way that the officials appreciate. You might see some late technicals or some late fouls that could really change the pace of this game.
Yeah, and I think one of the things here for this Blue Devils squad is just kind of reeling in the mental game here towards the end. Because like you said, I understand the frustration. There's 5 fouls that have been called against you, 0 against the Greyhounds. It can start to feel a little one-sided with the Greyhounds starting to gain a little bit of momentum. So we will see if things start to change as we look at some of these players that are now in foul trouble. Fulton, the only one in immediate trouble. West, Raka, Revol, and Bjarnadottir all at 3 apiece. So all the starters in some kind of trouble one way or another. Pascal takes a 2-point jumper and way over the rim. Sturgis not happy.
Visibly frustrated, because that's just not the opportunity you're looking for Fort Scott. Not her shot, and you got 15 seconds left in that shot clock. Not the shot you need to take.
Fadina called for a foul here.
And you'll notice that's the first foul called against Fort Scott this quarter, and the Blue Devils already have 5. So next time Fort Scott gets fouled, they will be taking a trip to the line.
Fedina collects her 3rd of the game. As the Blue Devils work it to Raka, who tries for a layup. Does get the call a little bit later.
And you saw the whistle didn't come out right away. The Blue Devils bench, very animated yet again. You really have to wonder if this is going to become a concern later on in this game.
Yeah, you just, it's a coin toss game that you play here with these officials, especially, that have been calling the sportsmanship calls in this ball game. You know, delay of game, we saw a tee up on Fulton that, I mean, frankly, I'm just going to put it plainly, was something that I've seen a lot in basketball and not a lot of technicals for. But, you know, it is by the book a technical worthy foul. So you got to keep your eyes up and your head up if you're the Blue Devils. You can't start letting this game become between you and the officials. You got to keep your head straight. Edmondson finds herself wide open for the 3. Can't connect. That would have been a nice momentum swing there for Edmondson to try and bring this ball game back within reach. It's a handoff. Revolt tries to dive the boards. This one out to Bacher for the 3. Won't go. Rebound is into the hands of Rousseau. Now down the floor for Fedina.
Can the Greyhounds find an answer at that pool on the court? That's a big question at hand right now.
Pua has been a big factor, but scoring-wise, Edmondson's up there too, as well as Fedina. Work it to Rousseau. Now the backdoor cut. Sophia Fedina misses on the inside layup. And Sturgis, I think, just disappointed right now that things are not panning out the way that she needs them to.
No, there's too much momentum carrying towards the basket for Fedina, trying to heave it up and just not able to go.
2 ball from Bjarnadottir, won't go. Rebound Pascal. Now inside of 3 minutes, you got to start making everything here if you're the Greyhounds. This one taken away, so now they're going to slow things down, making it even harder. So even if you do get an offense or a defensive stop here, the task at hand, very difficult for the Greyhounds now. A successful possession there would have changed a lot. This one poked out by Fedina, and it will be headed the opposite direction.
With just 2 minutes left now, Fort Scott unable to find an answer offensively. Now you have to find one.
And now they're going to review the call on the floor, which was out of bounds on Kansas City, Kansas. We will take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, There are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live as the officials have taken to the floor. And they will stick with the original call on the floor, which was out of bounds on the Blue Devils. Fort Scott takes over. A quick bucket here, Michael, could change a lot here for the Greyhounds. In a 10-point contest, you're really looking to try and, you can't come up empty-handed on this possession.
No, and you haven't seen a really great offensive possession out of Fort Scott as in the play calling standpoint. And there it is again, just not a great opportunity, but you might have to ride and die by a 3-point shot in the next 90 seconds.
And Pua just not driving all the way into the paint, which is surprising. She's got 2 fingers taped up as well. Something to note in this contest is she is the leading scorer, and doing so with not a full capacity hand. That can really mess with your form there. Fulton barely gets it off to Bjarnadottir, and now a walk called as she traveled across the elbow.
And a very animated reaction from Bjarnadottir there. The referee put the whistle in his mouth very quickly, but didn't blow it. I have a good feeling it's on the cusp of one more reaction like that comes out of the Blue Devils.
Yeah. And down here towards the wire, that's not what you can afford. Oh, man. And another foul against Bjarnadottir. And, you know, Michael, I'm all for Fort Scott shooting free throws, but there have been a couple of those tonight on the screenplay that have come against the Blue Devils that I'm sitting here like, I don't know, man. I don't see those get called a lot. And
no, they're calling it tight for the Blue Devils, but you have to imagine that's might be in direct correlation to the animated reactions that they're giving the referees.
Yeah.
But Fort Scott, yet again, just not taking advantage of these opportunities that the Blue Devils are trying to hand them.
Bjarnadottir did collect her 4th foul, so that puts her and Fulton in direct foul trouble. If they collect another, they will be done, which not a ton of risk with that, being that there's only 1 minute left, and now another one, Michael. Just looking at it from the perspective of a viewer, I can understand the frustration coming from this bench here for the Blue Devils, and seeing that they're playing really well defensively and not really getting the calls to help them out with it. Now, of course, you do get, you get a warning here. Wow.
Yeah, they were begging for the travel call that everybody saw, and they called it, and they still gifted the warning to the Blue Devils head coach.
So just gotta at this point, if you're the Blue Devils, you're just trying to drain this clock out. And now we've got a travel called on West. 39 seconds to go here in the fourth. It's a long shot regardless. Doesn't matter what happens on these next couple possessions. Fort Scott will more than likely not be taking the victory here.
And a great take by Pula there, but way too little, too late.
Now Fulton, believe with just a couple tenths of a second separating shot and game clock. Will dribble around here, and the buzzer sounds. Simultaneous with the shot clock, so probably should have been turned off at that one. And that will be the ball game in Arnold Arena. An 8-point victory for the Blue Devils. And Michael, pretty tense one there down the wire.
Yeah, and with all the woes that Fort Scott saw in that second half altogether, it was still an 8-point bout. It just goes to show the Blue Devils just not able to close the game out in very convincing fashion, but Fort Scott breaks 50 points for the first time in 3 games.
Well, we do have Coach Sturgis here for the post-game coaches interview. Coach, once again, want to thank you for your time here on the post-game show. Coming up short here of the Blue Devils on the last home game of the season. Can you give your thoughts on the performance tonight?
I keep saying the same thing, man. I think we had a really, really good first half. Energy was good. Third quarter has been our Achilles heel. We came out really sluggish and really slow, and they went on a run, and I had to call a timeout early. So we got to figure out coming into these playoffs how we can come out a little bit better after halftime.
Yeah, and I did say, you know, obviously the offense was a little bit lacking there in that third quarter, but defensively you guys held up pretty strong, giving yourself a chance going into that fourth quarter, of course, with Fadina knocking down 6 points right there in the last couple of minutes. Can you talk about the development of the defensive side that this team has really been able to step into, you know, with that limited roster size? And I know you guys went to more of a zone defense midway or about a quarter of the way through the season, and how that's really shaped up in a positive way.
Yes, sir. Like, we just had too many turnovers back to back to back, and we couldn't overcome it. So got to go back to the drawing board and just make sure and watch some film tonight and to see what we need to fix for our game on Saturday.
And that game will be the final of the regular season. Is there something that you're trying to pitch in the locker room to really get these ladies fired up to try and end on a high note and really carry that going into the postseason?
Yes, sir. I think one of the biggest things is that we are beat up and we've been bruised, and it's February, so we've been logging a lot of minutes, and so your legs are dead and you're tired and you're hurting. Like, we have a lot of injuries that are actually playing. So just as I always tell them, when the circumstances don't benefit you, who are you? And just to keep fighting and to keep pushing, because life is going to be the same exact way. You're not going to feel like doing it every day. You're going to be beat up. You're going to be tired. You're going to feel like life is beating you up, but you just got to keep going and keep pushing.
Well, Coach, thank you again for taking your time on the post-game show, and best of luck going into Saturday and the rest of the postseason.
Look, I appreciate y'all so much for what y'all do. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Coach. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
That was Coach Sturgis. Thank you for her time on the post-game show. We will go ahead and step aside for a break. We'll be right back after this on Fort Scott Sports Live.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawl Can's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawl Can. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom
Reaching residential areas?
and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
And we're back for the pregame of the boys game after the sophomore night here for the boys basketball team, or men's basketball team rather. As we are in college, that transition kind of getting me mixed up, calling high school and college, of course. But men's basketball game just a couple minutes away. Michael, can you break down what we can expect tonight in this competition?
Yes, I can. We got a good one ahead of us, Drake. Fort Scott, 14-13, 5-5 in conference. KCC, 15-13, 5-5 in conference. So 2 teams very level-headed with each other in those rankings, those conference rankings. And they got some mutual opponents that both teams, one team has won, one team has lost 2. So it should be a very back-and-forth affair. The thing about Fort Scott that we've seen, they have a very good ability to score the ball at a high rate, averaging over 80 points per game. The Blue Devils only averaging 70, so you have to imagine the Blue Devils play a more defensive brand of basketball, and Fort Scott's quite the opposite. Which one's going to shine tonight?
Yeah, and I think for Fort Scott, it's been a season of streaks, and right now on that losing streak, sitting at 4 losses in a row, that is tied for their longest streak on the season, which came from Saturday the 15th of November the 14th, Friday the 14th of November all the way to Saturday the 22nd of November. That was 3 away games, or 2 away games, 1 neutral site and 1 home game in that spell. In this most recent, it's been 2 away and 2 home, so an even split. Now you have 1 home game and 1 away game left. You got Kansas City, Kansas tonight, and then Labette on Saturday. This is what you want coming down the wire. You've got a little bit of a losing streak. You're still maintaining that winning record at 14-13 on the season, and now you've got a chance to pick up 2 wins at the end of the season, boost yourself to 16-13, which sounds so much better than 14-13, and then potentially start that carry into the postseason run. So we talked to Dave Wiemers, the athletic director here at Fort Scott Community College, and he said, expect a home game for the postseason. We're going to have one with the boys. So that's what I'm hoping for, and for that to happen, you're going to need a winning record.
Yes, you will. And Drake, I failed to mention just a moment ago, Fort Scott hasn't scored more than 67 points in each of the last 4 losses they had. So that's over about 13 or 14 points under their average for the year. And the Blue Devils have held their opponents to under 65 points in the last 3 games. So by that math alone, the Blue Devils, they're looking good right away in this pregame matchup. But Fort Scott, it's sophomore night. You see the team is very happy. Morale is through the roof right now. You see those pregame dunks look incredible. They should be in the dunk contest for the NBA. And hopefully Fort Scott can build some momentum that they built through this pregame show and get out of there early.
Yeah, 81 points per game, like you said, Michael. Last time these two met, though, it was a pretty low-scoring affair. 65-64 was the final, with Fort Scott taking the victory by only a singular point at the end of that contest at Breidenthal Court in Kansas City, Kansas. So if you're Fort Scott, you're thinking, hey, we hold them to the same amount of points and we should dominate this Blue Devils squad. There's no reason that this should be a close game coming down the wire at the end of this contest. But if you are the Blue Devils, you're thinking the exact same thing. You're thinking, hey, we held them to only a 1-point lead last time. We've got the opportunity, we've got the capabilities to get the job done here tonight. Right now, the highest scoring game here for Fort Scott on the season is 119. So if they can get anywhere close to that, I see there being no reason that they don't take a victory tonight.
No, not at all. It's just got to be your night. If you're Fort Scott, the shots got to be falling. But once they are, like you just mentioned, you have to imagine they pull away at this one. I think it's going to be at the helm of Noah Porter. These last 4 or 5 games, he's averaged over 16 points. He's dropped at least 15 in the last 5 games. So he's kind of been that foundation offensively. When nothing else is going on, Noah Porter's working down low, getting to the free throw line and making shots. It's just a matter of fact that the rest of the supporting cast can contribute with them.
We're going to step aside for the national anthem once again. We'll be right back after this. Now for the starting lineups for both of these teams, as we will kick it off with the Blue Devils of Kansas City, Kansas. First up, number 2, the redshirt freshman 5'11" guard out of Chicago, Illinois, is Allie Booker, followed by number 3, the 6'3" sophomore guard out of Springfield, Missouri, Tavion Washington. Number 10, the 6'2" freshman guard out of Kansas City, Missouri, Malik Lewis. Number 12, the 6'2" redshirt sophomore guard out of Zeeland, Michigan, Andrew Tiemeyer. And number 15, the 6'6" sophomore forward out of Kansas City, Missouri, Darren McHenry. And now for the Greyhounds, Michael, if you will do the honors.
Yes, I will. You got number 1, Jaden Hollis out of Fort Worth, Texas. Followed by him, you got number 2, McKean Hastings out of Arlington, Texas. The Texas guard duo up front. Followed by him, of course, you have number 3, Jatwain Mike, the freshman out of Colorado Springs, Colorado. After that, you got number 5, Devin Boone out of Dallas, Texas, the 6'4" sophomore. And last but certainly not least, you got number 13, Noah Porter, the 6'7" freshman out of Garnett, Kansas.
Yeah, pretty star-studded squad as you look across it. Some phenomenal players out here on the floor, and surprisingly enough, there last Saturday against Highland, Marco Taft was in that starting lineup. Tonight will not be, and will actually be replaced by McKayan Hastings, which I don't know if maybe that's a little bit of a tribute to sophomore night or whatnot, but it was a little bit of a surprising change at first, seeing that Cass Henry was no longer in the starting lineup. That was the change for Marco Taft, and now Taft taking a seat for McKayan Hastings. And I actually like this change, Michael. I think this is very beneficial to this Fort Scott squad, as that gives you two really good perimeter shooters in Hastings and Hollis. I think Hastings is the best perimeter shooter on this team, maybe outside of Miles McMonagle and some other faces that hit some good spells. But, you know, you get two really good small guards to really attack on the perimeter, and you've got Devin Boone, J-Twan Mike, and Noah Porter to attack the boards.
A very well-rounded lineup offensively and defensively on the court for Fort Scott right now, looking to strike first.
This is exactly what I think of when you're putting together a five-man squad. You don't need the four tall guys to crash the boards. Just need three men to really step up, make sure to focus in, and get their job done. I'll tell you what, we talk about that size being to a little bit of a disadvantage to Hollis and Hastings, but both of them very capable of getting in there, getting some of those longer rebounds that bounce off the rim. 5 seconds left here on the shot clock as they put up a two. That was off the hands of Booker, won't go, and now back out to Booker as the shot clock resets on the rim touch. Booker trying to work it inside. It was Washington who got tripped up by Hollis. And a foul called here early in this contest, 1 minute and 1 second in, and we've got our first foul. A little bit different from the women's game that took about 5 or so minutes to get the first.
Well, rightfully so. Hollis has his work cut out for him with Washington. He's had 20 points twice this month. He's been a very good scoring threat for this Blue Devils team.
Not to mention, talk a little bit more about the size. Washington standing about 6 or so inches taller, so a bit of a size disadvantage for Hollis there, as the Blue Devils open up with some points early, and a quick retaliation from Noah Porter, getting Fort Scott right back into it and keeping momentum from channeling any further. Work it over to Ty Meyer, now back court as it was tipped. Lewis working the point, trying to drive inside. Charge called as Porter hit the deck. Wears it cleanly on the inside and draws the charge foul against Lewis, who just was really trying to work his way into the paint.
Yeah, Lewis a very strong scorer as well. He's been Washington's kind of unsung hero, hitting them behind the shadow. He's dropped just under as amount of points Washington has in these last couple of weeks.
The big block as Boone was trying to rise up and get the double. Big block coming in from a joint effort of Booker and Washington. Porter kicks out, Boone works it over to Mike. Hastings now on the outside. Hollis over the top to Porter, back out. Hollis for the triple, connects.
And that's what Fort Scott could use offensively, is that spark from behind the arc, build off of that, get some stops defensively, and you'll see a run piled up early on.
Working it inside was Booker, kicks out, Washington to answer. Can't get it to go, Mike with the rebound. Now working it down, Hollis, his pass over to Hastings for another, and yes! Back to back. Hollis and Hastings connecting from the same position. Trying to work it inside, McHenry. Back out to Booker as the Blue Devils slowed the pace down just slightly, and another offensive foul against Kansas City, Kansas Community.
Fort Scott, you've already piled on 8 loud points right now. A couple of offensive turnovers through the way of foul for the Blue Devils. Use that and build even more momentum and just really pile it on early on against these Blue Devils, and you'll have a good game ahead of you.
Hastings works it down. Porter over the top to Boone. Forced to kick out and around. Hastings, same spot. Can't get it to go this time. A nice tap by Boone, but it does not make it out as Mike rises up. Does get the foul, but a great prevention from J-Twan Mike. That one had no chance of getting over the rim. And I say it time and time again here, Michael, and I'm going to say it again. As I was taught in my limited experience here with the sport of basketball, I say that. I played for quite a few years, but mostly young, is if you were going to foul underneath the basket, they better not make it.
No, if they're going to foul them, what my dad would always tell me was foul them.
Yeah.
Make them earn them. So, especially around the basket, the highest percentage shot in basketball, you want to make sure that shot does not go in. If you're going to foul them hard and make them earn them at the line after being sore from your contact.
J-Twan Mike, don't think he was intentionally trying to lay some excessive contact on that one, but does get called for it. But sure does not let that one out of his sight. Kept the ball in front of him the entire way. Hollis kicks out Hastings, and it's tapped out of bounds. Last touched by Tymeyer. Number 12 for the Blue Devils.
Pick and roll action out of Hollis and Porter, just unable to find an option. Hollis trying to skip it across to Hastings, and a lot of Blue Devils in the way. Thankful for Scott still in possession.
Get it into Porter. Gonna hand off. Hollis trying to wheel his way into the paint. Forced to kick out. Boone for the three! And the same spot. Give it to Hastings, Boone, and Hollis. They've each got one on the board. Far side wing. If you're the Blue Devils, you cannot let anybody out of your sight and get to creeping over there. So now we've got another foul on the floor. And it'll be McKay and Hastings.
And you've seen 5 fouls come out of here with just before 4 minutes of action. You're going to see some early bonuses out of both these teams in this first half, it's looking like.
I felt like Hastings did a pretty good job defensively with the size matchup, you know. Booker, obviously a similar size to him, and trying to drive into the paint. Got some good elevation on the vertical and tried to get over the rim. Couldn't quite get it to the rim initially, and then it was a little bit of a later whistle as Booker hit the deck. Wonder if maybe he came down on a foot or whatnot. I don't know. I just felt like I didn't see much out of Hastings, but one of those situations where maybe wrong place, wrong time. Got to learn to live with it and shrug it off, move on. This one into the hands of Booker off the rebound, and Porter snags it after the miss.
A big block by Noah Porter to not allow that second chance effort to go in the way of the Blue Devils. You got a chance to make a run now.
Hollis from the corner, can't connect. Porter gets the rebound. Kicks out, Hastings pump fakes, dishes. Porter can't get the two. Did not use the backboard there. And a good bucket through the physicality for Malik Lewis. Brings it back to a 4-point game.
Had a great opportunity at the basket there. Like you said, just failed to use the backboard. And right there, bit him right in the butt as the Blue Devils score right away. Cut it to 4 points.
Kick out, Hollis. Ooh, I think he lost that one on the pass. Had to dribble inside instead of popping up for the triple. Missed on the two, and now back the other way with Booker. Guarded by Hollis. Trying to get a little bit of separation here as they swing it around to Lewis. Lewis kicks out, Booker drives to the free throw line, 15-footer. Will not go, and it's tipped out of bounds by number 12, Tymeyer. And that will be our first media timeout. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back just inside of 15 to go here in this contest. Not in this contest, in the first half of this contest. As the Greyhounds on a bit of a dry spell offensively, had some hot streak of threes with a substitution being made. Marco Taft coming in for J-Twan Mike. Taft, pump fake, kicks over, Porter off the glass and in for two.
Porter learning his mistake right away, using that glass to get the easy two. Fort Scott extends the lead to 6 now.
Hand off to McHenry. Trying to drive inside and a charge called. That one goes against Malik Lewis.
Malik Lewis simply just being the bigger man down low, and I don't know if you see that one get called every time. No, it's just a big physicality play. It's clean, but referee didn't like it that time around, and it goes in the favor of the Greyhounds.
Yeah, and that's something that we talked about in the women's game, especially with the Blue Devils, is there's gonna be those kinds of games where you don't get the call. Gotta be able to shrug it off and just kind of keep working, especially offensively. You can't let that affect your production on scoring.
And you've seen a couple of dangerous passes now offensively, that the first one being penalized.
There's a shot from three. Anthony Leonard, the new face, drilling that one, bringing it to a three-point game here as the Greyhounds look to extend once more. Hastings finds Taft. Boone trying to work his way around and out of bounds. Last touched by Washington.
Right now, Fort Scott through 20 seconds here, struggling to get any penetration against this Blue Devils defense. They've been very strong and sliding their feet very well.
6 seconds as Taft tries to take to the paint. Rises up off the rim, does get the reset, but can't gather the rebound, so no matter there for the Greyhounds. And now you've got to prevent the three. Here it is, won't go from Ford. That's Kamani Ford, another new face on the floor for the Blue Devils. There's now a couple new faces step onto the floor. Xavier January and Rial Asen comes on for the Blue Devils. Hastings pump fakes, delivers to Porter. Handoff, Taft, and the floater. That is Marco Taft's specialty. Getting in the paint. He's not a glasswork kind of guy. He just likes to drop it over the rim. The kick out. Here's the shot from Asen. Won't go. Rebound and in for Kamani Ford.
You're seeing too many second chance efforts or efforts that look like they're going to be second chance out of this Blue Devil team so far. Fort Scott needs to do a better job of boxing out.
Hollis down low. Porter. Now Taft goes to the glass. Gets the 2 to fall. And if you're Fort Scott, this is the formula. This is something that you want to see. Basically every possession you would pass up on your 3 balls if you could take that every time. Rising up for the long range 2 is McHenry, and he gets it to fall. Back down to 3 points.
McHenry kind of dual threat guy, both offensively, defensively. He's had 2 double-doubles in the last 3 games. Great at crashing those boards and great at contributing to the point column offensively for the Blue Devils.
Hollis with 9 seconds gives off to January, who takes a floater and can't quite get it to the basket. Taken away by Ford, and now down the floor for Leonard. That one blocked by Porter, as it was McHenry trying to get up, and now we've got a media timeout on the floor as we will step aside for a moment. We'll be right back.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark Shear athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Both Miles McMonagle and Cass Henry coming into the game now as Hollis and Boone take a seat.
And you see,
or no, Hollis and Porter take a seat.
And you see Henry and McMonagle kind of being the taller threats in the game right now for Fort Scott. But both those guys also containing a shooting prowess, so that you might see a 5-out kind of offense here for Fort Scott in the next couple minutes, a very perimeter-centric offense.
2 good free throws from McHenry as he will check out for Matthew Williams, 6'6" freshman guard from Midlothian, Texas. Mike gives off to Taft. Hastings now takes it to the near side wing. Mike over to McMonagle. Finds Hastings, 8 on the shot clock. Hastings dribbles inside. Taft gets one to miss and drops in the 2. Back up to a 3-point lead.
Marco Taft is so elite off the ball, able to create himself such great opportunities under the basket just because of his footwork alone, and that yet again pays off for the Greyhounds.
Working it is Anthony Leonard. He works it over to Williams. Can't get the bucket. And back the other way for Fort Scott. McMonagle kicks over to Henry. Henry drives in, kicks out, Hastings three. No dice. Into the hands of Williams for the rebound. As they will go cross court and off the hands of Ford. Out of bounds on the Blue Devils.
That's the first turnover we've seen in a few minutes offensively. Fort Scott gonna have a real chance to get some points off a turnover and trying to distance this lead a little more.
Taft over to Henry. Henry finds McMonigal and now over to Mike. Mike works his way to the paint, catches a foul, and is headed to the line.
And just a great move by Mike there. He had all the right half of the basketball court to himself, so he attacked his defender and he made his move, and too much contact by the defender because that spin move really got the best of him.
Leonard credited with his first foul. Mike connects on his first of 2 free throws. Extends it back into that 2-possession lead. Mike gets both to go.
And Fort Scott on pace right now to reach about that 80-point mark. They can keep it up. They should stay in the lead of this game.
Work it to Williams towards the corner. Ford now trying to put up a shot, won't go. Mike now down the floor to Taft. Taft kicks out, Henry for the three, can't find it. This one picked up by the Blue Devils. It's Booker down the floor. Gives off and no dice on the take to the rim from Ford.
Great rebound by Mike there.
Hollis to McMonigal for the three. Can't get that to go either. That's the same spot that Henry missed from on the last possession. Need to move about 10 feet to their left to hit that hot spot. That was a good find earlier on in this first half. Leonard hands off to Ford. Back to Leonard with 6 on the shot clock. Pulls up, long two, rattles off the rim and out. Back the other direction as Williams called for a foul on the rebound against Cass Henry.
And Cass Henry just able to contort the body of Williams in his favor and get an easy call so Fort Scott can work their way up the court with no pressure and run their half-court offense and trying to find a bucket. In this game, it's kind of gone stagnant in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, especially for the Blue Devils, who are about 0 for 4 on the last 4 possessions. Greyhounds 0 for 2 on the last 2. Mike over the top to Taft, back out, J-Twan Mike. Kicks out, McMonigal. Back out to Mike from the corner, three. Can't get it as that one comes off the rim. Marco Taft tries for another take after the steal. Can't get it to connect. And now a 2-ball. No dice, well defended by Henry on the shot from Washington. Mike now trying to take to the paint. Hands off, Taft, kick out. Quick offensive movement on both sides. Hollis back over to Henry. Henry dishes, Mike off the glass and in for 2.
A beautiful job by J-Twan Mike off the ball to set that screen. The defender overhelped on that the screener, and J-Twan Mike a wide open back cut.
Leonard. They work it over to Washington. Now back to Booker. Booker trying to knife his way inside. Out to Leonard for the three. And he connects. Cuts into this lead, 23-19. As we've got a foul called. And that goes against Jaden Hollis. as we've got a timeout called on the floor for media. We'll take a break. Be right back.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do?
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 19-23 is the score. Blue Devils with the ball here. Out of break as Booker takes it down the floor. Now works it over to Lewis. Williams, Booker, and Lewis out on the perimeter. Tymeyer hands off to Williams. Back out to Tymeyer. This one back court, as it will be over and back for the Blue Devils.
Blue Devils yet again committing a turnover just after an offensive foul turned over by Hollis. You wish, if you're a Blue Devil, you wish they would have capitalized, but Fort Scott gracefully got a chance to go score again with no harm.
They work it to McMonagle in the corner. Hastings now gives it back to McMonagle. Porter and Mike working the perimeter, back out. Hastings with 5 seconds. Hands off to Mike, and the buzzer sounds. Unable to get the shot off in time. I feel like Hastings probably should have just rose up from the elbow and tried for a shot from there.
Yeah, and you saw in these first 10 minutes, even 8 minutes of this game, very action-packed first half, and now in the last 5, barely any offensive production from either team.
This Blue Devils defense really stepping up, making some good plays happen defensively now, trying to capitalize on offense. As here's Williams trying for 2 and can't get it to go. Man, devastating performance underneath the bucket. Out of bounds against the Blue Devils. Checking in is McHenry, as Williams will step out for a moment.
Sub with Noah Porter forcing the Blue Devils to sub back in McHenry, as he was doing a good job both offensively and defensively against Porter.
McMonagle tries for 3, can't get it to go, and it's rebounded into the hands of Booker. Booker now trying to work his way to the paint. Stopped up and back out. McHenry to the post, stand off the glass and in for 2.
And a great move by McHenry, just a quick little half spin, and he just got past Porter and got just enough room for that baby hook, and his impact being made right away.
Cuts the lead down to 2. As Hastings over to Boone. And now over the top to Porter as That will be the second foul against J-Twan Mike. He will check out for Marco Taft.
But what you notice right there, J-Twan Mike commits his second foul, and he tells coach, hey, that's my second. He's doing whatever's in the best favor of his team, and that's what you like to see out of the players at Fort Scott.
Booker gets the handoff at the point. Delivers, and the shot from Tymeyer can't go for three. Hastings catches a screen. Long two, and that breaks the silence on offense.
A great shot by Hastings, an off-balance mid-range shot, and just drilled it. Very confident shot from him. You'd like to see that.
Here's a put up from McHenry. Good save by Boone, but ends up in the hands of McHenry again. Can't get it to go again. McHenry, 2 blanks underneath the rim. And a foul to follow as well against Tymeyer. That will bring us to our final media of the half. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really doesn't.
And we're back. 25-21 as Fort Scott looks to extend this 4-point lead as it sits. Hastings over to McMonagle for the 3. Can't go. Porter grabs the board and gets it to go on the putback.
Noah Porter, Drake, I'd argue he's a better offensive rebounder than he is defensively. He makes so many second chance efforts offensively.
Goaltending called as, I believe it was Porter who slapped the backboard. It's either him or Boone. Boone, very commonly known for rising up and getting aggressive on those attempted blocks. Porter trying to work his way inside. Kick out, Boone. Now trying to cut to the post and can't get the 2 to fall. Tymeyer gives it to Booker, 2:40 on the clock. Booker works it to the near side. Over to Tymeyer. Tymeyer off the side of the backboard. And foul called, this time against Noah Porter.
The Fort Scott crowd not approving of that one, and you gotta agree, that could have gone both ways, but I think the Blue Devils have got plenty of calls that have gone against them for Fort Scott to have that one go against them as well.
And I think there was just not a lot going on there. One of those situations where Tymeyer was on the drive, laid it off the side of the backboard. And usually, I would say, you know, a lot of times you see those I guess, lesser quality shots not get the reward of the foul most times from the officials. So that's just one of those things that I noticed. I do think there was probably enough to warrant the whistle, but in a game like this, I feel like that wasn't called a lot. But regardless, got to keep it mindful here if you're Porter, as Boone rises up and does not get the block down the floor, and now McMonagle loses it, as it will be back to the Blue Devils quickly.
And Fort Scott just trying to push the pace, push transition, and try to find a bucket somewhere, because that half-court set hasn't generated very many points in these last 8 or so minutes now.
Just unable to get the ball rolling on offense. Back-to-back turnovers for the Greyhounds. Can absolutely diminish the momentum of a team. As here's McHenry, kicks out to Washington. McHenry back up top to Booker and around. Leonard can't get the three, and a foul called, as it will be against McHenry, I believe, on this. And that it will be.
And Cash Henry doing a great job of boxing out McHenry that time. McHenry, a very aggressive rebounder. Cash didn't even bother for the ball. He was simply just pushing McHenry out of the play, allowing other Greyhounds to get the ball, but bounced right to him, so he made that effort. McHenry got a little too aggressive. Cash goes to the line and shoots 2.
It was 1-1, but the Greyhounds get the board. Hastings gonna pump fake and kick out. Taft now working his way into the paint, tries to hand off to Henry, and a loose ball ends up in the hands of McHenry. Back to the Blue Devils. Tymeyer kicks out, Booker trying to work inside, catches a body there from Henry, as both of them went vertical. Now out McMonagle for the three, splash. Seven-point lead here for the Greyhounds. Boone gets a takeaway. Looking down court, catches a foul and one.
And a huge sequence of events for the Greyhounds right there. A big corner three by McMonagle that's extended to 7. And then Devin Boone making a steal right away in the other end and going down and making a very tough layup through 3 Blue Devils.
And very surprising that Boone came up with points out of that, and even a foul. He was in a 3v1 situation. Usually you see that played a lot lighter than what Tymeyer did in that one. I feel like you got to go for the ball there. You've got 6 hands all around him. Somebody's bound to get that poked out and make it an awkward shot. Booker works his way to the post and kicks out. Tymeyer pulls up and gets it to go for 2.
A nifty little pull-up jumper about 10 feet out. Cut the deficit to 8 with 20 seconds left in this first half.
20 seconds remaining in this first half. It'll be a short timeout here for the Greyhounds. Only a half of one.
With 20 seconds left now, and Miles McGonigal finding his shot in that corner. He's shot quite a few shots in that corner now, 3 or 4 in that right corner. You have to imagine, if you can't find an answer down low with Noah Porter or Cash Henry or Marco Taft, you're kicking out to one of these perimeter shooters, McKean Hastings or Miles McGonigal, and trying to take a double-digit lead going into this halftime.
Yeah, I feel like you come away with any points here if you're Fort Scott, you're happy. You know, even if you don't, as long as you keep this ball out of the Blue Devils' hands and put up a nice shot, you walk away with this like, yeah, you know, could be up 10, but 8 points gives us a lot to work with here going into the second half. That's what you want.
And right now, if they can hold the Blue Devils to 25 points in this first half, they're on pace to hold them to 50 points if you can hold any team to 50 points in a college basketball game, most times you're going to come away with a victory.
Hastings. They work it out to Boone. Hastings now again. Trying to get a screen from Henry. Hastings, long three. Can't get it to go. Henry on the putback. No dice. Taft does put up a shot right at the end. And the debate here from the Blue Devils bench was that Devin Boone cannot move.
Yeah, and it
could
was
not move.
Timeout, so he shouldn't have been able to. But the referee, he asked the referee if he could move, and the referee said, yes, you can go up and down the line. So just a bit of confusion between the referees and the coaches right now.
So the coach of the Blue Devils under the impression that he could not move up and down the line, but the officials saying otherwise, that he could. And they are going to review this last bucket, but there's absolutely no way that Marco Taft got it out in time. They're going to review it just in case because it did fall in. But we're going to go ahead and send it to a quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know. It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom and your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
How is it so fast?
With Crawcan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
How is it so fast?
With CrawlCan's multi-gig internet, you can experience monstrous speeds for every device in your home or business at the same time for a low, no-nonsense price.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast CrawlCan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the CrawlCan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the 4-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
and Clark sheer athleticism.
It's about your right to be informed. Today, there are real threats to press freedom. And your right to know about the world around us. We must protect our right to know, no matter what kind of news is important to you. Before it's too late, understand the threats. ProtectPressFreedom.org.
From the football field to the bean field, the right equipment can make all the difference. Gear up for harvest, expand your fleet, or grow your business with Tyler Jackman at Big Iron Auctions. Tyler can improve your operation conveniently, efficiently, and effectively. And if you're selling one piece or the whole operation, Big Iron can connect you with over 750,000 registered bidders. Buying or selling, go big. Big Iron Auctions. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115. BigIronAuctions.com.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here, preparing for a career in healthcare as part of Fort Scott Community College's nursing program. Or maybe you belong on stage as part of the Hounds band or theater department. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Prescription drug pricing points to corporate
Freedom of the press is about your right to know.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. An 8-point lead here as we head into the second half of action. Greyhounds out in front, trying to keep that as the standard tonight. The Blue Devils, though, they've had a couple of sprees here and there that they could certainly show some bright spots offensively and defensively. Not a team that you can really let up against if you're the Greyhounds.
No, the Blue Devils very strong defensive team that rebounds really well. We've seen those second chance efforts contribute to that scoreboard column. And the Greyhounds really just need to find their groove offensively and put together runs, and you'll see this score differentiate a little more.
Talked about it being a low-scoring game earlier in the season between these two, being 54-55, or 64-65, excuse me. And this one goes out of bounds on Noah Porter, going back to the Blue Devils. But like I was saying, 64-65 was the final score of that contest. Kind of showing to be true tonight as well. Greyhounds on pace for 66 points, whereas the Blue Devils on pace for 50. I feel like they've had a couple of opportunities that just haven't fallen, though, and if that starts to flip around, things can be a little bit different.
And part of the reason why the Blue Devils have been held to 25 points is the great defensive efforts of McKean Hastings, Shaden Hollis, and whoever else has guarded Tavion Washington tonight. They've completely silenced him so far. He's only gotten a handful of points. Most of them come from the free throw line.
And if we look at these live stats, Washington only 3 points on the contest as he grabs his fourth there. 27-33. Work it down the floor. Hastings to Porter as he tries to go up and does get fouled, but not a call as Porter tweaks his ankle. Officials saying the defenders were standing straight up and down with feet set. Porter just had to fight through the physicality, and now Cass Henry will come in place. And I'll tell you what, you know, it is a big loss for this Fort Scott team to have Porter limping off the court, but not a lot lost with Henry stepping onto the floor.
No, Henry played a very strong defensive game so far. He's made a lot of great contests and a lot of great rebounds, faring very well against McHenry so far.
Washington steps up for the three, can't get it to go. Rebound Booker as he flips it over, and Tymeyer gets the two. Mike drives in, and another two connects for J-Twan Mike. Quick answers from the Greyhounds as they are breaking down this full court press, which seems to be ineffective. Booker kicks it out. Tymeyer takes to the glass and in for two.
And just Just a great rip by Ty Myers there to get the step on his defender and a great layup, but using the rim as a second blocker for him.
Hollis kicks out. Henry for the three. Gets it. Cass Henry finding the perimeter. And like we said, not missing much with him taking Porter's place. Tymeyer tries to go up to the glass. Boone snags it on the tip ball. Hollis now down the floor. Works it to Mike. Henry now back to Hollis. Mike was looking to pull up. Now Hollis, long range triple. Can't go, and it's out of bounds off the hands of the Blue Devils.
And you're seeing that fire out of the Greyhounds right now coming out of halftime, using that replenished energy to really pile on the Blue Devils and try to suffocate them with some high-octane offense. And right now, it's working. They're up by 9 points, 2.5 minutes into the second half.
And really trying to create more separation as they are not afraid to shoot from the perimeter. Hollis drives the base, works it to Boone, and now Hastings finds Henry. Henry trying to get inside, draws a foul, and will be shooting 2 free throws. Needs 1 to take the double-digit lead. That is the second foul called against Darren McHenry.
And that's what's been so impressive about Darren McHenry is he plays such an aggressive brand of basketball. That only being a second foul is truly impressive. But Henry doing a great job of making it a tough night for him.
Henry does make the first, and the second does not go. It's rebounded by Tymeyer. Now down the floor with Leonard. Anthony Leonard works it to McHenry. Leonard now driving, kicks out. Tymeyer for the three, connects.
And Tymeyer been the kind of the spark for the Blue Devils this second half. The Greyhounds not expecting that, but you gotta adjust and you gotta close out on him.
Hollis. Gets a screen from Henry. Tries to pull up from the elbow and can't get it to fall. Now Washington works it down the floor to Lewis. Malik Lewis gets the 2 to fall. Now down to a 5-point game as J-Twan Mike tries for the reversal. Can't get it. Leonard works it to Tymeyer, who tries to knife his way inside. Kick out Lewis for the 3. Won't go. Leonard with the putback. No dice either. Hollis now accelerating down the floor. Grabs it. Kicks out. Hastings drives in. Kicks it to Mike. Boone. Cross court to Henry, who keeps it in bounds. And now they slow down just slightly. 13 on the shot clock as Hollis flips it to Hastings. Hastings now cutting inside, kicks out Boone, and they will say he steps out of bounds before the shot. As we've got a media timeout, 15:55, 5-point game to go here in half number 2. We'll be right back.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team.
And we're back. 5-point difference as the Blue Devils take it down the floor. A relatively good start to this half for Kansas City, Kansas Community, as Washington knives his way inside and gets a 2 to go. Greyhounds trying to boost the pace and really work past this defense of the Blue Devils. But I feel like slowing down. No, they do not feel like slowing down. 44-38 now with the 3 from Hastings.
Fort Scott doing a great job. It was half of answering after the Blue Devils score. McKean Hastings a big 3 right there to swing that momentum back in their favor.
Washington kicks out. Lewis for the 3 off the front rim, can't go. Hollis looking down court, delivers to Boone, who drives the base. Kicks out. Mike loses control. Hollis over to Henry, and now Hollis on the wing. Cuts inside, bounce pass. They keep working it in and out, in and out. Boone, Henry, out to Hollis, 6 on the shot clock. Henry pops up for 3, can't connect, and it's rebounded by Washington. Washington trying to go coast to coast with it, and a foul called.
And you're seeing defensively the Blue Devils, that man defense, doing a great job of not allowing Fort Scott to penetrate the paint, and they're making them play outside in the perimeter, and 3-point shots are a very high percentage shot at times, and right now Fort Scott's being forced to ride and die by it.
First one from Washington connects. Trying to cut into this lead as much as possible. And in a situation like this, these opportunities are key to your success.
You see a big lineup change right now. Marco Taft more than likely going to be playing the 5 position for the time being. That's a very small ball lineup you have out there for the Greyhounds.
Yeah, and McMonigal checking in as well. Understand he does have some height, but mostly playing around the perimeter. Got Hollis, Hastings, McMonigal, 3 of your top shooters from the perimeter, as well as J-Twan Mike and Marco Taft playing down there low. Marco Taft also capable of shooting the 3 ball, as well as Mike. Hastings pops up for 3, can't connect, and this one goes out of bounds on the corner. Will be going back to the Blue Devils.
And you see Hastings step into that one with confidence, but with about 5 seconds left in that shot clock because Fort Scott just not finding a routine play to get them any points in this half.
Washington works it over to Ford. Leonard back to Ford. Cross-court pass to Asen. Washington now looking to drive. Steps in and gets the 2.
And Washington really starting to take over in these last couple minutes. Greyhounds knew what he was capable of going into this.
Yeah, and Washington was, like we said, pretty quiet in that first half. Now really accelerating offensively and draws a foul defensively there as well.
Washington, a very hard foul I want to mention. He got drilled, blindsided by that screen, got put on his knees very awkwardly. You have to wonder if that'll make any difference or not. He seems to be moving all right though.
Happy about drawing that foul. J-Twan Mike getting his 3rd will leave the game temporarily as Devin Boone comes back in. Washington backs down Hastings. Gets the 2 to fall.
Washington playing with fire.
Yeah, Tavion Washington, 12 points now. Had only 2 to start the half, and he has really accelerated this offense. We'll take a break. We'll be right back after this.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at bigironauctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires...
And we're back, 44-all here in half number 2. As Hastings get it in, Hollis working the perimeter with McMonigal. Boone kicks out. Hastings drives inside, can't get it to fall. No goaltending call there as an eruption from the Greyhounds bench. Kick to the corner. Hollis now resets at the top. Hastings drives, gives off to Taft, and he will lay in for 2.
And what's incredible, Marco Taft only standing at about 6 feet tall. Doesn't matter, he's just such a threat around the rim.
Very strong player there underneath with a nice vertical as well. Washington trying to back down Hastings again. Can't get that one to go. Taft reels it in for the rebound. And now down the floor with Hastings. Taft drives to the paint. Can't get the 2, but does reel in the rebound. Goes back up with it, and the 2 is good.
He's just got such good feel around the basket of where he's at, and he's so good at creating second chance opportunities when it feels like there shouldn't be any.
A lot of grit from Marco Taft. May not be the first to grab the rebound, but he will be the last. Shot from Leonard for 3 is good. Brings it back to a 1-point game. As Hollis hands off Hastings. Hastings now poked out by Leonard. Or no, that's Washington. And we've got another media timeout. We'll take a break. Be right back.
Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. 3 ball from Hastings, drills it. A great answer for McKay Hastings. As going to the rim is Washington for the response. Both teams just kind of exchanging blows here. Taft trying to keep that going as he kicks out. Hollis finds Boone, wide open for the triple. Swirls out, can't go. Taft does get the board. Boone gives off to Hollis for the try, and that one's wide left. Working to the inside is Williams. This one's loose into the hands of McMonagle. Down the floor, hands off Hollis. Hollis trying to drive. Will take it back to the outside against Williams. Now finds a way underneath. Boone kicks back up to Hollis. This one's loose and batted out of bounds. A nice heads-up play from Jaden Hollis to kick that one out of bounds and keep Anthony Leonard from getting a fast break too.
And it's the little plays like that that Jaden Hollis brings to the team. His basketball IQ is unparalleled with anyone else on the court, and that's why he's the true point guard in this Fort Scott team.
Booker, Tymire, and now Washington. Booker again. Over to Washington, pulls up 3 ball, good. And the first lead that we've seen out of the Blue Devils in quite some time.
And all thanks to Tavion Washington truly just taking over this game right now. The Greyhounds have no answer.
And now we've got a foul called on the floor as Jaden Hollis was looking to cut his way inside. Called against Allie Booker.
And what's so special about Tavion Washington, you saw right there, and what you've seen in all the second half, is he likes to be a part of the game in all fashions. He likes to get down to the floor and get dirty. He really likes to play the game of basketball at each level, and that's why he's so good for this Blue Devils team.
Taft pulls up 3, gets it. And I don't know what this Blue Devils team thought Marco Taft was capable of. I know he plays that 5 spot, but man, he can shoot. Booker trying to wheel around the perimeter. Finally gets inside, and a loose ball goes out of bounds.
The Blue Devils have Tavion Washington. The Greyhounds have Marco Taft playing on both ends of the floor, scoring from all 3 levels, and defensively just forcing so many turnovers, and he's going to be the difference maker coming down the stretch.
Ali Booker, 2 mistakes on 2 possessions. Fouled on the defensive side and then turns it over offensively. Hollis takes to the board, can't get it. McMonagle kicks back out. Mike rises up and probably just should have gone over the rim instead of going around, but can't get it to go, and Boone collides with the assistant coach.
An intimate moment there between Boone and the coach, but just high-octane basketball. That's what it's been. It's been a very fast second half, and both teams playing up to speed very well.
Good heads-up play by the assistant coach. We'll see if we can grab his name here after a while, as Washington does get fouled on the 2 try. J-Twan Mike felt like he was in the air for 5 seconds. Just wasn't going to come down.
And Washington doing a great job of using that ball fake, and yet again just creating himself more opportunities with his playmaking skills.
It is J-Twan Mike's 4th, so he will more than likely check out after this first free throw from Tavion Washington.
But who you see at the scores table is Noah Porter. Coming off of that tweaked ankle, you wonder how that's going to affect his play in these next 8 minutes of play.
Yeah, looking at that left ankle, it does look like he's wearing a higher sock, which might just be something to cover up an ankle wrap there. So something changing with that ankle, so let's keep an eye on it.
And with the substitution of Porter, you already see him struggling to run down the court. He got Darren McHenry on the other side, so not an easy task for Porter.
So Taft loses it. Actually, probably Hollis on the pass, more guilty, but that turns into a transition too from Washington. That's one guy you don't want to leave with the ball in his hands on a race to the finish line. Hastings gets it up top, sidesteps, three, cash!
McKean Hastings starting to feel it in this second half, and it's going to be guys like McKean Hastings that are going to make all the difference coming down the stretch.
Dan Hastings, to my knowledge, never starting at home until tonight, and right now, the outright leading scorer for this Greyhounds team. And if we look at this stats, yes, that is true. Hastings with 14, Taft with 13. Both of those guys doing a lot of the heavy lifting.
And you see Cash Henry coming to the scores table. You have to assume for Porter, he's just not moving well on that ankle whatsoever.
This pass not received from McMonagle. And this one through the hands of Anthony Leonard, as Henry will check in for Porter. I'm guessing they were just wanting to test what he was capable of, and obviously just a little too tender.
Just didn't look great. He couldn't leave the ground. He was just obviously playing lightly on that ankle, and it's just not worth the risk for the playoffs coming around in such a tight game like this.
Yeah, you want a guy that's at full capacity or at least at full health. Guy like Marco Taft, Cass Henry, even Xavier January might be getting some minutes here down the line. So we will take a second and a break. We'll be right back after this on the media timeout.
Your home for live, local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch varsity sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
Today we're going to do an experiment to see just how fast Crawlcan's multi-gig internet is. In your email, you'll find 2 links. When I say go, click on the first link to download the 500 gigabyte test file. Go! Okay, now when I say go, click on the second link in your email to upload the file. Go! I guess it really does eclipse all other internet.
Release the Crawcan. Monstrous multi-gig speeds for a low, no-nonsense price.
And we're back. 58-57, 6:49 remaining in this ball game.
Blue Devils have since taken the lead, and that's mostly in part thanks to Tavion Washington taking over the offensive duties almost wholeheartedly.
And in such a close game, that 6:49 can certainly extend. Coming down the wire as a great find from Cass Henry. Gets to Marco Taft back in the lead.
Marco Taft continuing to be a threat under the basket while being undersized. It's incredible what he can do.
Tavion Washington, a great cutoff there from McMonagle, nearly gets a takeaway. Leonard works it over to Washington. Washington now crashing the boards, and a foul called.
Wow, and called from the backside referee. You can see coach is not impressed with that whatsoever. McMonagle not as quick as Henderson and Washington, but
I thought he got a pretty clean strip there. I thought maybe there was a bit of a collision there with Taft after the fact, but McMonagle looked like he cleanly peeled that one out of the hands of Washington. And to be called from that back, Judge, you know, I kind of think that speaks for itself in some capacity. Right now, it seems like a three-pointer is really going to be the only separator for either of these teams.
And you're seeing the Blue Devils coming out in some sort of zone press right here, trying to generate some more pressure and hopefully some turnovers that can help them come away with the victory. But Fort Scott can't get trapped here.
Yeah, a little bit of a half-court press, and honestly, I'm going to give my real opinion here, Michael. I don't really like it. I feel like that kind of crumbles your defense, doesn't let it get set like it has been, and now we're seeing it, but Hollis just not able to capitalize underneath the bucket. We'll see how that pans out the rest of this game as Cass Henry, reverse layup from Lewis, gets around him.
And Lewis has been a phenomenal finisher around the rim all night. That's surprising. He's only got a select few points.
Taft drives inside and wears the block foul. He will be headed to the line to shoot two, try and make this a one-point game again.
Outside of McKean Hastings, you haven't seen a real consistent answer from any certain player offensively in these last 5 or so minutes besides Marco Taft. So if you're the Greyhounds, you need him to show up when it matters most because nobody else is really able to find the ball going into the bottom of the hoop.
Taft's first off the mark. Very essential free throws here for Marco Taft. I know you've got plenty of time left, but you'd like to get that lead and grow it in this time rather than try to work your way back into this game. Some heartbreaking losses as of recent for the Greyhounds. You don't want to add this to the list. Been holding the lead for an easy majority of this game. So now working it is Booker, delivers to Tymeyer. Ooh, good fake pass. Had me fooled for a minute. Now down the floor. Hastings gets fouled and will be shooting two from the line to try and tie this game up. That'll go against Tavion Washington, his third. Should note that Ollie Booker got his third on the last one as well. So both of those players wanting to keep it relatively clean coming down to these last couple minutes. With how much scoring is going on, Michael, it's essential that you have your star players on the floor even in the final minute.
It's going to come down to the big-time players, and McKean Hastings at the line right now getting his shot set for the last final minutes of this game because we're going to need it.
Booker gives off to Washington, who looks to drive. Now to Tymeyer. Booker for three, can't get the separator. It's rebounded by Washington. Now a second chance opportunity, 15 on the shot clock. Booker pulls up again, this time off the rim again. Washington gives back out. He's gonna have plenty of opportunities, it seems, if this persists. Washington, they move it over to Booker on the opposite side, 6 seconds. Tymeyer nearly loses it. This one fumbled around, but Boone gives it off, and now Hollis over to Hastings. Henry, corner three, can't find it, just short on that look. Rebound, Blue Devils. Washington works it to Tymeyer, and off the side of the backboard. That's twice now that Tymeyer has drawn a foul, hitting the side of the backboard.
Yep, Tymeyer's that headband just working his way up. It shows how hard he's working. He's the engine of this team, and he's really just been the gritty player, and he's brought the extra second chance efforts at time when it matters most, and you've seen it's paying off down the stretch for these Blue Devils.
Well, 62 all is the score. This Blue Devils team really accelerating as we've got a media timeout. We'll take a break.
At Fort Scott Community College, we understand that a scary part of figuring out your future isn't only answering the question, what should I do, but where do I belong? Maybe you belong here as part of Fort Scott Community College's John Deere Tech program. Maybe you belong here as part of the perennial playoff-bound Greyhound baseball team. I don't know where you've been or where you're headed, but I know we're saving a spot for you because you belong at Fort Scott Community College.
Selling equipment can be a hassle. Whether you're needing to replace an old tractor or you're finally getting to retire, the time and energy needed to clean, prep, promote, and sell seems daunting. That's why you need Tyler Jackman and Big Iron Auctions. From one piece to the whole farm, Big Iron Auctions can deliver your items to more than 750,000 registered bidders. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 or learn more at BigIronAuctions.com. Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the...
Steinmeier gets set for 2 free throws here. He's got some jean shoes on, just noticed. Looking at that texture, it looks like denim. Very interesting.
Yeah, and I was seeing the same thing earlier for Jaden Hollis. He looks to be wearing, I don't know if those are basketball shoes, but they kind of look like skater shoes, if you ask me.
Yeah. Very interesting attire choices from the floor today. It's the little things, you know. Hastings down the floor as they break that half-court press. Hollis now works his way to the post, kicks out. Hastings for the triple, can't get it. And it's rebounded by McHenry. And those are the shots when you're looking back. You're gonna be recognizing those and thinking, we sure miss them.
Fort Scott missing a couple big shots coming down the stretch right now. You gotta get a stop so you can give yourself a chance to score more.
Washington drives, can't get the bucket, and it's off of the hands of Boone and out of bounds.
And that's one or two of the Greyhounds you really wish you could have came away with, because that completely voids the chance for the Blue Devils to extend this to a 2-possession game when you're having a chance to tie it. But now you gotta stand strong for 20 more seconds.
Big contested shot from Jatwan Mike, and an even bigger rebound from Marco Taft. Boone tries to work it to Hastings. Washington slams it home. And one.
Oh my goodness. Boone on the wrong end of a posterizer. Tavion Washington threw it down. You saw Boone heat seeking in from behind, looking for a chase down block, and Washington just punched it in there. That's a huge momentum swing for the Blue Devils with 3 minutes left in this ball game.
Up 4 now with the and one, trying to get this extra. And he does. Washington, big time plays on a big time turnover. Hollis trying to accelerate to the block and just can't get the 2 to go. Man, you needed it. And now with bonus, Hollis.
Jaden Hollis has been one of those guys tonight who just hasn't been able to find the bottom of the basket. And coming down the stretch, he's having a lot of opportunities under the rim, and none of them have gone in.
Yeah, he's just trying to get that lay over the corner of the rim. And I think he just needs to aim a little bit higher up on the board and get that to bounce off the glass. I know it is a little bit harder when you have that shorter stature, because you almost have to go from a little bit further out. But once you get under that rim, it comes in pretty hot. it's really hard to get over and just kind of lay it in. I'd just like to see him go a little bit higher and try to lay it off the glass rather than try to creep it in over the rim.
2 big free throws for the Blue Devils, extending the lead to 7 with under 3 minutes left to play. Now you're going to need some perimeter presence in the Greyhounds these next 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, 3 ball here can certainly bring you right back in it. Any bucket would be accepted, though, at this point. You've got to get points. But just for momentum's sake, man, Hastings as well. Can't get the 2 to go. Lewis. They pass it over to McHenry. Charge called. And they were saying we want to review it, but I don't think you can review that.
The referee's just not entertaining the head coach, the Blue Devils whatsoever.
Yeah, head coach saying, I want to review that, and the official says, it's a charge. This one into the hands of Taft. He was looking for Hastings on the backdoor cut. Boone takes to the rim, gets fouled, and now headed to the line to shoot 2. These are big free throws coming up for Devin Boone, as now he will look to cut into this 7-point lead. You make at least 1, it's now a long 2 possessions. You make 2, things start to look a lot better for you if you're Fort Scott. 2 minutes to go here in this contest.
5 points is a lot easier to come by than 6 or 7 points. He's cut to 6 now. That's 2 3-pointers or 3 2-pointers. And the Blue Devils haven't been able to find an answer these last 2 possessions. The Fort Scott got to build a run here if you're going to come down to the wire and pull this one away.
Boone goes 2 for 2. 5-point lead now for the Blue Devils. Now the inbound to Washington. As he is guarded closely by Hastings. This one does get across midcourt, but into the hands of Boone. Hastings takes to the glass and in for 2. Now only a 3-point game.
A huge play by the Greyhounds and Chaitwan Mike and Boone to close in on that long skip pass in the press, and all of a sudden you've got a ball game here with 90 seconds left.
Turnovers are killer. They limit the amount of time that you have on offense or that you can waste on offense, and now we're going to see a review here as to whether or not this ball was really tipped to go out of bounds.
This could make a huge difference.
100%. If Greyhounds get this ball back in a 1-possession game, it's no longer, hey, let's shoot for the 3. It's let's get a 2-ball to go, make it a 1-point game.
Yeah,
let's see.
With 90 seconds left, if you get the ball into your basket right now, you don't need to shoot that 3. You're under the basket. You can find a quick hitter and score within 5 seconds, and all of a sudden you got a 1-point game. You can play defense, get a stop at that foul, and then take the lead going down the next offensive possession, and all of a sudden the ball's in your court.
Looks like the only camera view that is available is a far side view, and this looks pretty quick. And no celebration from the Fort Scott side tells me all I need to know. This one sticks with the Blue Devils, and I figured so. The Blue Devils kind of let that one just trickle out of bounds, and usually even if that's up for debate, Ty Meyer would not have let that just go. So this one worked across to Leonard. Leonard trying to get it across midcourt, does so to Washington. Tymeyer now looking to drive. Gets to the paint, kicks out to Washington. And now Washington gonna hang on a little bit as they work it over to Lewis. Leonard now with 10 on the shot clock. Try to drive, step back two, can't go. This one rebounded by Tymeyer and they'll kick it out. McHenry, that's a big offensive rebound.
Probably the biggest one of the night, Tymeyer. Who else would it be?
As this one goes up, Tavion Washington tries for the two. Taft came across. And another one where you sit here and go,
yeah, that could have been called either way, but this late down the stretch, any sort of contact around the rim, if you're a referee, it's safer to call it than not to.
Washington does get it to fall, so now a two-possession game. And if you're Fort Scott, you've got to score quickly down the floor here. You're hoping for a miss.
If you do, don't let Washington go to the free throw line, as he's perfect so far tonight.
Hollis down the floor. Cut his way inside, out to Mike. Now Hollis looking for the inside again, gives off Boone, in for two. Right back to it. This inbound. Hastings fouls, and once again,
Hastings just making a play on the ball, but the wrong guy to make a play with on the ball.
Washington back to the line. You need two misses here if you're Fort Scott.
But the good thing about that foul, Drake, is it took 0 time off the clock. So if he does come away with two, Fort Scott's not going down the court with 30 or 20 seconds left. They have 40 seconds, what they just had after scoring that bucket.
Washington makes the first.
To nobody's surprise.
The second does not go. First missed of tonight for Travion Washington. Marco Taft gets the transition bucket. Still over 30 to go here as the inbound to Washington. And now a foul called as Hastings came over the top. Once again, I'm just so surprised you're fouling Washington. I feel like you've got to wait for that giveaway and then try to send somebody else.
Agreed completely. He's the best player, by far the best free throw shooter, but he is coming off of a missed free throw. Maybe that got into his head mentally, and you'll fumble one here again.
Does not. You need a miss here if you're the Greyhounds. You gotta have one.
And you've seen a couple of really quick transition points out of Fort Scott, but time's dwindling. You might need to look at the three-point option.
Timeout called by the Blue Devils in a 4-point contest. As it will be a full timeout, we'll take a break. Be right back.
Call's service is outstanding in their field, especially for those that are stuck, well, outstanding in their field. Call's carries a wide selection of farm, industrial, and heavy-duty tires, all from the best brands in the business. And they've got farm service trucks ready to go. Plus, Call's continues to be the place folks go for car and truck tires, repairs, oil changes, and so much more. If you're in the market for new tires in Southeast Kansas, make the right call to Call's Service, 620-724-4121. See more at callservicellc.com. You've heard go big or go home. At Big Iron Auctions, you can go big from home. With thousands of pieces of equipment, active auctions, bidding at your convenience, and an easy-to-use site, BigIronAuctions.com can help you grow big. Call Tyler Jackman at 620-404-8115 to see how Big Iron Auctions can help grow your operation. Bid now, list now at BigIronAuctions.com.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Four-State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and
down the floor for the Greyhounds. Taft elevates and gets the two. Back to a 2-point game. And now it will be Malik Lewis headed to the line in a tense matchup.
I don't know if your free throw shooter gets any worse. Malik Lewis, the second most talented scorer on this Blue Devils team. Maybe not tonight, with he's seen limited minutes because of the foul trouble in the first half, but you see him just under Washington in almost every single box score throughout the season as he drills the first.
He is 3 for 3 on the night, sitting perfect as of now, and continues that. And now just not much you can do if you're the Greyhounds. You're doing everything perfect on offense, but so are the Blue Devils, answering at the foul stripe.
If you're Fort Scott, you need very timely shooting right now.
Hastings for 3, can't cash in. Boone kicks back out. Back to Boone, trying to work his way inside. 10 seconds to go, and he's fouled. This goes against Tavion Washington.
And what's so impressive, Tavion Washington, that's only his first foul, so you can forget about him fouling out if that was a hope of yours. The best free throw shooter is going to stay in the arena.
31 points tonight, a career night for Washington. As Boone gets the first to go. When you think about that, 31 points in a 70-plus point contest, not a lot of room for much else to happen other than Tavion Washington scoring. Greyhounds call a timeout. It's going to be probably about the same thing here as
I almost wonder, do you double team Washington off the inbound and force them to put it into somebody else's hands?
Well, looking across at some of these stat lines, the only players to have missed free throws right now, Tymeyer has 2 misses, Booker has 1 miss, and of course Washington does have the one of 15. So odds aren't really in your favor with Washington, but I'd say Tymeyer or maybe Booker would be a good selection, as they're already a little bit rocky from the free throw stripe. Other than that, not a lot of big men out there. You know, usually you think like foul the big man, send him to the line, but not a lot of big men out there that look like they're incapable of shooting from the stripe.
You saw McHenry drill his when he went to the stripe.
Inbound will get to Washington.
Oh.
A foul called. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Oh, you hate a game like this to come down to a call like that. The Blue Devils made a reckless play, and they should have paid the price. But
wow.
And the boos come in here.
Yeah, and I mean, you're an official that's all the way down on the opposite baseline, and you call a foul like that, and now Washington feeling a little bit of the pressure here.
The noise coming out in Arnold Arena at the right time. It's getting in Washington's head. If he misses this, Fort Scott's got a chance to go win it down the stretch.
Washington does make it. Timeout called. But I mean, re-emphasize that all the way down on the opposite baseline, and Hollis not even making contact with Washington in the moment.
A serious head scratcher for sure, but right now, if you're Fort Scott, you have to get that out of your head. You've got a serious chance to make this go to extra time you're down by 3 points. You got to go the full length of the court. You're at 9 seconds. You have to go to one of your shooters. You don't have time to get a 2 and foul and hope for free throws anymore. It comes down to this possession. You have to imagine McKean Hastings is going to get an elevator screen, an off-ball screen of some sort, and if it's not him, if it's not open, Jaden Hollis might have to shoot a pull-up jumper in desperation.
And an official over here wanting to look at this foul. As he actually apologizes to the scores table, says, "I'm sorry, I missed it." Because all those officials have the power to overrule that foul call, and neither of them objecting to that. So now it's a 3-ball away. They do get the opportunity that they want.
And that is hard to believe that the inbound to the half-court mark took 4 seconds off the clock. You have to imagine they're going to review that and correct this clock.
Yeah, they're going to make sure that the clock is correct here. So just trying to make sure that everything is straightened away when we're coming down to these minimal seconds.
If I had to imagine, they're going to have anywhere between 5.5, 6 seconds to get this shot off, and that's plenty of time to develop off-ball screens. You have a chance to dribble it and find your spot if you need to. You should be able to find a somewhat half-comfortable jump shot here, and no better time than right now. Final home game of the season, sophomore night. You're going into the playoffs. This would be a heck of a shot to make right now if you're Fort Scott to end your regular season.
And we will see if they can push overtime here. The inbound up top to Boone, off the foot of Washington and out of bounds. I don't know what that play was there, Michael. I feel like you've got to have a better opportunity than that.
That was a really serious head scratch, but they got a chance to make up for it right now.
Handoff, Hastings for 3! Can't connect, and that will be it. At the buzzer, 77-74. And the what-ifs pour into the Greyhounds right now. As man, Washington getting chirpy on the handshakes right now. Wow. But like I was saying, the what-ifs pouring into the minds of these Greyhounds. Had that foul not been called, what could have been, what could have happened tonight. And now we've got, whoa, a lot going on here on the floor. We're going to send it to a break. We've got to get out of there. We'll be right back.
At the Farm and Ranch Division of the Fort State Agency, we're a team of experts who genuinely care about you and your farming operation. That's why whether it's a visit to your farm or a friendly chat at our office, we're committed to delivering the service you deserve. Our team is fully licensed in both crop insurance and LRP, allowing us to cover your entire farming operation across Kansas, Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. Contact us today to see how we can help.
Your home for live local sports. Varsity Sports Live delivers professional level coverage with high-quality video and broadcasters that know your schools and community.
Touchdown, Tonganoxie!
With the support of local businesses, you never pay to watch Varsity Sports. Live, local, free high school sports coverage. That's Varsity Sports Live.
Grass gets it away. Moore's down the middle. And he makes the catch in the end zone. Touchdown, Trojans!
Keep up with the action at varsitysportslive.com. Live, local, free high school sports.
And we're back on Fort Scott Sports Live. A bit of a scuffle there at the end. Nothing too serious, though. No punches, no fights breaking out. It was all settled pretty tamely. Had a security supervision that may have intimidated a few as we close out here on Fort Scott Sports Live. Coach Glover giving some thanks to everybody who stepped in to try and defuse the situation as we will wrap up here on the postgame show. Another heartbreaking loss here for Fort Scott, unable to get the win in the final home game on sophomore night. And we will sign off for now. From Fort Scott Sports Live, myself, Michael, and the rest of the Varsity Sports Live crew, we say good night, and thank you all for watching. We hope to see you all next time on Fort Scott Sports Live.
From the gridiron to the hardcourt, the pitch to the mat, don't miss any of the action. We're there with live, local sports coverage at varsitysportslive.com.